into foreign policy and national security. Army chief talked about the world being in turmoil at this point of time, confusion reigning in the world, and the global order collapsing. And if you read international opinion, they talk about the world in transition. But I think we ought to bear in mind that a lot of ancient Indian thought basically brought out the fact that different is that the world is simultaneously navigating two major transitions. One is a millennial transition, a once in a millennium transition that the world is trying to grapple with. Christopher Columbus. 6 years later, in 1498, Vasco da Gama was the first European to discover the sea route to India, rounding the Cape of Good Hope. And then in 1522, one of Ferdinand Magellan's ships, the Victoria, successfully completed the circumnavigation of the globe. These three events within 30 years, within a span of 3 decades, would fundamentally change the global economic and political balance. According to the economic historian Angus Maddison, up to 1500 of the Common Era, the world's largest economies were all located in the Indo-Pacific. You had China, you had India, and you had the Islamic empires in West Asia. And it is only after the sea routes were opened, after the maritime routes were opened, that you saw these major economies being progressively replaced by the Western economies. And what we saw in the ensuing 5 centuries between 1500 and the present time was that these great economies of the Indo-Pacific descended into a very long and cold and grey winter. And these were the gravitational center of the world, moved from the Indo-Pacific to the northern Atlantic. Now, in the ensuing 500 years between 1500 of the Common Era and 2000 of the Common Era, power obviously flowed from the Spanish and Portuguese empires, first to the Dutch, then to the French, then to the British Empire in the 19th century, and then to the United States of America after 1914. But the point to be borne in mind is that this power always flowed along the Atlantic axis, from one Western hegemon to the next. What differentiates this century from the previous 5 is that power is now witnessing a reverse flow. There's no doubt that the Indo-Pacific is leading global growth. The emerging markets in many cases are growing faster than the Western ones. Various projections show that India, China, Japan, ASEAN, and the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, will be the world's leading economies in a decade or two. There are, of course, concerns. There is deceleration of growth in China. There are the geopolitical hotspots in the Indo-Pacific. There is the issue of climate change. Terrorism remains a constant problem. And we still don't know the impact of new technologies like artificial intelligence. I'm sure all these will have an impact in our region. But I think we can now say with relative certainty that after half a millennium, the global balance is shifting to the east. And this is a change that we all have to, a transition that we all have to deal with. Now, this millennial transition is accompanied by a second once in a century transition that is taking place. I think it is no longer an understatement to say that the post-Second World War global order appears to be fraying. The credibility of the United Nations is perhaps at its lowest in several decades. And the great powers of 1945, which had been tasked with maintaining peace and security, have over the past couple of decades all engaged in some form of conflict or another without the sanction of the United Nations. The Bretton Woods institutions, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, which underpinned all global prosperity after 1945, is also out of touch with realities. They don't want to acknowledge that the emerging economies, the emerging countries should have a say in the way in which global economics is managed. And as a result, what we are seeing is new institutions like the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and the New Development Bank coming up to challenge the Bretton Woods institutions. And we see a breakdown in the World Trading Organization and other similar arrangements that were put in place to create a post-Second World War order. Technology, as the Honorable Vice President said, is also empowering the rest. What was the exclusive domain of the West for 300 years is no longer so exclusive anymore. What we also should be watching out was that the fundamental organizing political principle of the 20th century, which is namely democracy, itself is under challenge. Let us not forget that in the 20th century, democracy successively triumphed over the European empires in the First World War, over fascism and Nazism in the Second World War, and then defeated the communists in the Cold War. But today you have in the People's Republic of China a country which says you don't need democracy to develop, and I'm here to show you that you can do one without the other. So in a nutshell, what is undeniable now is that in 2023, the global theater of greatest action is no longer the Mediterranean Atlantic, but the Indo-Pacific. And in the Indo-Pacific, two narratives have gained currency. One is that China's rise and the accompanying thirst for energy, for markets, for influence, for commodities, has in a sense unified the Indian and Pacific Oceans in a new post-war construct, post-Cold War construct. And therefore, there are scholars which say China is the true progenitor of the Indo-Pacific. There is a second narrative which says that the United States is the real progenitor of the Indo-Pacific. It first proactively aided China's rise, lifting its economy, and along with it the economies of the whole region, including India, which benefited from that. And now the United States again is leading the pack to balance a risen China. Now, these two narratives did not really matter so long as both the United States and China collaborated on common goals and managed their differences in ways that helped the Indo-Pacific region. But what we are seeing of late is that the competitive spirit between them is giving way to a much sharper rivalry. The prevailing view in Washington and in Beijing today is that the other side is working against them. The debate is about the United States and the People's Republic of China, their policies, their interests, their concerns. In short, there is an effort to portray a binary geopolitical dynamic at work in the Indo-Pacific, as if that no other country in this region has any agency in this matter. Now, it is a fact that the United States and China are by far the two most consequential powers. It is also true that the Indo-Pacific region has vastly benefited from American security and Chinese economics when their views and their interests in the region were converging or convergent. But today, it is equally true that neither has the United States the capability to solely or even predominantly guarantee peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, nor is China's economy the sole engine of growth in this region. In the changing power dynamics of our region, therefore, their diverging interests are likely to plunge the Indo-Pacific into tension and uncertainty and could potentially harm the rest. We are being compelled to choose now, all of us in the Indo-Pacific. There are competing visions. The United States talks of a values-based order. We all need to conform to a certain set of values which are universally accepted, and I use the word universally in quotation marks, so that we can all be part of the new Indo-Pacific. This vision competes with China, which says you don't need values, you only need converging interests for mutual benefit. And if we all benefit together, values don't matter in a new global order. We have competing formulae. If you look at the national security document of the United States, the national security statement that it issued in 2022, they talk of a free, open, prosperous, and secure world. And China more recently talks of the community for the shared future of mankind. You have competing frameworks. You have a Western-led liberal order underpinned by the United Nations and the multilateral system that the United States created after the Second World War, versus these new ideas that China is now floating, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Development Initiative, and even the Global Civilizational Initiative. And accepting such binary framing of competition in the Indo-Pacific unreservedly condemns the rest of us, big and small, rich and poor, developing or developed, to choose between them. And I at least believe that the Indo-Pacific states should not be handed such a binary choice. How then can India help to build the Indo-Pacific that will be beneficial and peaceful without being forced into straitjacketed choices? And I think that really is the theme of this first Chanakya defense dialogue. To do that, I think it is important as Indians to define by what we mean as our neighborhood in quotation marks. How do we define our neighborhood? For 150 years before 1947, our idea of neighborhood was defined for us by the British Empire. A single imperial unit known as the subcontinent, with a security focus on our northern boundaries, because the British Empire was worried of the expanding Russian and Chinese empires. Today, of course, that is not our neighborhood. We are not one subcontinent, we are many countries in this region. And that reality needs to be recognized. Our idea of neighborhood was also defined by colonial requirements. The Europeans wanted to deny India access to the maritime domain because Europeans ran commerce and controlled the sea lanes of communication. And therefore, we all seem to have collectively forgotten as a nation that before 1700, Indian traders moved between the Bab el-Mandeb and the Malacca Strait with ease. And there are traces of settlements, of Indian settlements as far east as Quanzhou in China. We also forgot that our prosperity, the wealth for which the Europeans came to India, did not come from the Indo-Gangetic plain. It came from Gujarat, it came from the Konkan, it came from Malabar, it came from Cholamandalam, and it came from Bengal, and that includes Bangladesh today. Fortunately, this sea blindness is coming to an end. India is returning to the maritime domain in every manner, and if that is the case, our neighborhood can no longer be defined by our land boundaries alone, but by the vast maritime space in India's neighborhood, which spans from the Gulf to the Indonesian archipelago. And it is within this extended Indo-Pacific neighborhood that India's future role must lie. At the same time, we must recognize that the world is globalized and it has shrunk the space for exclusive zones. Very often when you talk or see India's audiovisual media, there is hand-wringing that India has lost its strategic backyard. But I suggest that we take a look beyond India to the rest of the world. The United States, which for 2 centuries talked about the Monroe Doctrine in Southern America, is today facing competition from China and Russia. Eastern Europe and Central Asia, which were the backyard of the Russian Tsars and of the Soviet Communist Party, is today being encroached upon by NATO and the European Union. Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia, which were part of the Chinese imperial feudatory system, today see competition from Japan and the United States. And even the South Pacific, which Australia considered as its bailiwick, as its backyard, is seeing a significant Chinese presence. Therefore, at least in my view, no country, however mighty, can any longer claim exclusive neighborhoods. There are shared spaces, and I think what is important is that India protects its critical interests in those shared spaces, and the manner in which we do so will define how we act with our neighborhood. And therefore, India's neighborhood is now both bigger because it has a maritime dimension and more complex because of the contested spaces. And India has to leverage our plus points, our long-term growth potential, our demographics, our stable political framework, and this I think is something which is very underestimated. Let us not forget we have had 14 general elections in 75 years where power has transferred peacefully from one government to another with no intervention domestically or in terms of foreign policy. And when we look at the Indo-Pacific, there aren't too many states ranging from West Asia to Northeast Asia with that sort of record. Therefore, I think the stability of the Indian political framework should never be underestimated. We have independent military capabilities and we have a geostrategic location. And with all the neighbors both near and far, we have to work to build an Indo-Pacific that is stable, prosperous and for all. And the reason for this is very simple. We must avoid the binary choices we are being forced to take at the moment in the region. Now, building an Indo-Pacific community should begin by recognizing, first of all, that the United States will remain the most consequential power in this decade. It is presently the only country that has the capacity to project military and economic power simultaneously in both the Indian and Pacific Oceans. For the majority of the Indo-Pacific states, America's strong resident presence remains a huge positive in terms of security. And without the United States, there cannot be an Indo-Pacific century because the United States is the fulcrum state in the very idea of the Indo-Pacific. China is the other consequential power with fast emerging capacity to project influence in both oceans. And this too is a fact we must recognize. In comparison to the United States, however, China is still an unknown factor in the Indo-Pacific in terms of peace and security. Its strategic vision and its ambitions, according to one well-known American scholar, remains quote-unquote cryptic. But it remains the most significant economy in our region, and this legitimizes its pivot towards the Indo-Pacific. Thus, the participation of both the United States and China is critical in the materialization of the Indo-Pacific century. In neither case can that commitment to this idea be taken for granted. China rejects the very idea of the Indo-Pacific. As for the United States, it is difficult to foresee what might happen if there is a change of administration in the United States in 2024. They are increasingly seeing themselves in a competitive, even adversarial relationship with China, rather than primarily a cooperative and mutually beneficial one. A possible summit this month in San Francisco may lead to a thaw, but positions are far apart, and there is no guarantee that a new modus vivendi will emerge, and if it emerges, whether it will hold. We are thus at an inflection point. If China and the United States decide that confrontation is more likely, the Indo-Pacific region is not likely to benefit from the congruence of demographics, geography, technology and markets that could unlock enormous potential for all. And therefore it will require the joint efforts of several other Indo-Pacific states to overcome this mutual antagonism between the United States and China. Indian foreign policy has already pivoted towards addressing what it must do in these circumstances. Since 2014, it has followed a neighborhood first policy. The next panel, I think, will deal with that. And that essentially involves working with the governments of the day, the elected governments of the day, to resolve issues in a mutually consensual manner. But more important, it involves development partnerships that India is undertaking with both our land and maritime neighbors, and further afield for that matter, a lot of it in Africa, on the principles of mutual and equal consultation and mutual benefit. And in the last several years, significant improvement has been made in delivery of these development partnerships in many of our neighbors and in many of the near abroad countries that India works with. We are also working through a number of plurilateral mechanisms in order to create a common zone of prosperity. And our armed forces have provided humanitarian assistance whenever neighbors have faced natural disaster. And defense diplomacy, as General Pandey said this morning, is being built to enhance better understanding with our neighbors through dialogue, exchanges, and training. Although it is my personal opinion that a lot more could be done in the area of defense diplomacy. A new priority has been given to the maritime neighborhood after Sagar, that is security and growth for all in the region, was unveiled in 2015. A consolidated developmental and security approach has been adopted by India in its interaction with maritime nations, and those include the East African states, Madagascar, Comoros, and the Gulf states. The Indian Ocean Region Association has been activated. We are promoting collaborative security through the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, and the Indian Armed Forces have, of course, consistently displayed their abilities at the search and rescue operations that we do, as well as the humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations that we mount. The Look East policy, of course, as we know, has become an Act East policy with all our neighbors to our east, including ASEAN, and as far afield as Japan and Australia. But more importantly, we have what I call Look West of India policy. And that is a particular achievement of the current government, because India is now working very closely with the Gulf Cooperation Council states, with countries beyond that like Egypt, Jordan, and Israel. And this has paid great dividends to India of late, because we are discussing issues of energy security, food security, as well as human security, beyond, of course, the very traditional areas of diplomacy that we all engage in. And of course, looking beyond this traditional neighborhood, India is also engaging with the Pacific Island states. So in a sense, foreign policy of India has very much pivoted towards the Indo-Pacific. India also has no major conflict of interest with the region as a whole. It is comfortable with the idea of ASEAN centrality. It has always supported the unity of ASEAN, the GCC, and the Pacific Forum. And I want to quote the words of the Prime Minister in Shangri-La, at the Shangri-La Dialogue in 2018, about India's vision of the Indo-Pacific. And this is important, and I quote, "India does not see the Indo-Pacific region as a strategy or as a club of limited members, nor as a grouping that seeks to dominate. And by no means do we consider it directed against any country. A geographical definition as such cannot be. India's vision for the Indo-Pacific is therefore a positive one." Unquote. It is bolstered by our democracy, our pluralism, and our desire to be autonomous in our decision making, so that we can contribute to build a regional framework in which countries may prosper equally. And therefore, when Indians talk about the Indo-Pacific, it is rooted in a belief that it is common prosperity and common security through which a common rules-based order can be evolved. Such a rules-based order, and again these are matters for discussion at tomorrow's panels, should not simply cover trade, connectivity, and security. It must cover the new domains and technologies which are increasingly contested: outer space, cyberspace, and the underwater maritime domain, as well as technologies like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and blockchain. These are certainly areas where India's domain expertise and its willingness to share with other countries can become a significant force for shaping the global rules. India should therefore play a leading role in bringing others together on a common platform, and we should also recognize that our efforts in this will require the participation of the two major powers, the United States and China. Therefore, I feel that the resumption of political dialogue with China to rebuild trust and understanding that was seriously undermined as a result of Chinese actions in 2020 should be an important priority. India also needs to work with the United States to get the latter to commit to a long-term future in the Indo-Pacific. And India needs to work with other significant players, Indonesia, Vietnam, Singapore, Japan, the Republic of Korea, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates and Iran, to convince both the United States and China that there will be multipolarity in this region. China should accommodate this new reality with a more flexible approach instead of simply viewing it as disruptive or harmful. In the post-COVID world, there is a unique chance for the other states, all of us besides the United States and China, to collectively work towards building a regional understanding of like-minded countries through ASEAN-built platforms as well as bilateral partnerships so that binary choices are not forced upon the rest of the countries. And if we can do this through ASEAN mechanisms and other plurilateral platforms like the Quad, it should then, theoretically at least, become possible to work the contours of a rules-based order that can be fleshed out in order to build a consensus in the region. In conclusion, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the global landscape has undeniably changed. This is the Indo-Pacific century. It should not be reduced into a binary dynamic between the United States and China. Others like us who have a stake in the region must therefore take the responsibility to shape it. And the next 10 years, which will be a decade of uncertainty between the two principal actors in the Indo-Pacific, should enable all the rest of us to see that it becomes a multipolar region, a truly multipolar region, one where we can hopefully learn from the mistakes that Europe has made and evolve a consensual rules-based order with others that keep the realities of the Indo-Pacific in mind. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the opportunity for speaking, and I thank Lieutenant General Rajeshwar and the Indian Armed Forces, Indian Army for inviting me here today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your esteemed presence. Please stay with us on stage. May I please call upon General Manoj Pandey, Chief of the Army Staff, to felicitate sir with a memento, a token of our appreciation. Sir, could you also join us on stage? And that was the first keynote address of the day. Thank you very much once again, sir, for joining us. We now head into the first session of the day that is very aptly titled Neighborhood First, and we're going to be attempting to do a South Asia prognosis. Ladies and gentlemen, the number of people living in South Asia is around 1.97 billion people, and that approximately accounts for 25% of the world's population. But unfortunately, this region has been riddled with conflict and confrontation, and many a nagging issue hammer away, creating volatility and unpredictability. In this region, what will have major impact now is the India-China equation. And the response of other countries in the regional matrix will also affect peace, security, and harmony in this region. Let's talk. This session is very aptly being chaired by Shri Ashok K. Kantha. Ambassador is here with us. We thank him for his esteemed presence. He was former Ambassador of India to China, ladies and gentlemen, and Honorary Fellow. He is at the Institute of Chinese Studies in New Delhi. He also is chair of the core group for China at the Confederation of Indian Industry. Please welcome him on stage. Ambassador Ashok K. Kantha. Please, sir. Please welcome him once more with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, sir. He will be joined on the dais by respected panelists. Please welcome Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma, retired. Good afternoon, sir. Warm welcome to you. Please welcome on stage Ambassador Shamsher M. Chaudhry, former Foreign Secretary of Bangladesh. Good afternoon, sir, and a very warm welcome to you too. We are honored with their gracious presence. Please join us on the dais. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the dais Mr. Asanga Abhaya Gunasekara from Sri Lanka. Good afternoon, sir, and a very warm welcome to you too. Please welcome him with a round of applause on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd also like to welcome on the dais Mr. Chiran Jang Thapa from Nepal. Warm welcome to you too, sir. And I now hand the proceedings over to the Honorable Chair.
Thank you for that introduction. Let me begin by thanking General Rajeshwar and Indian Army for inviting me to chair this very important session. When we're looking at South Asia, the context for a dialogue has already been set very well in the inaugural session. Remarks made by Honorable Vice President, Chief of Army Staff, and General Rajeshwar, and subsequent keynote address by Mr. Vijay Gokhale. It's very clear from all these remarks that we are passing through a period of acute uncertainty, unprecedented changes, and major dislocations within the larger millennial and century, once in a century transitions which I referred to. While we were still recovering from COVID pandemic, the Ukraine conflict arrived with its own geopolitical and economic headwinds, and then now we have developments in the West Asia with clashes between Israel and Hamas, and risk of escalation of conflict. The global economy is slowing down. We have unhappy situation that the progress towards achieving sustainable development goals by 2030 is seriously off track. Just about 12% of targets being on track. Post-pandemic, there has been a major surge in poverty worldwide, more so in our part of the world. The progress towards climate change, mitigation and action has been disappointing. Now, South Asia is unfortunately impacted by these trends and development. Our region is also affected by growing strategic contestation between the USA and China that which I referred to by this effort to force binary choices on us. China is increasingly looking at India through prism of its rivalry with the USA, making a serious strategic misjudgment in underestimating India's agency, its tradition of strategic autonomy, its ability to make autonomous choices. This blinkered view will increasingly seep into how China looks at other South Asian countries as well, along with its strategic objective dominating its periphery, including South Asia. There is a growing view in India that China is no longer prepared to accommodate its centrality, traditional role, and interest in the region, that it is increasingly intervening in domestic affairs of South Asian countries, and is otherwise, operating in a manner which is creating fresh complications. Against this backdrop, which is complex, challenging, but is still replete with possibilities, how do we develop a constructive paradigm for collaboration and regional stability in South Asia, leaving Pakistan perhaps out because it dances to a different music. Let me raise some questions which we can perhaps try and address in this session. One, to me it's very clear that India contributes to regional stability by remaining a stable, multicultural, secular and democratic country of 1.4 billion people, growing at a fairly rapid pace and rising in non-threatening manner, pursuing autonomous foreign policy, seeking a quicker transition towards multipolarity and rejecting binary choices. India can contribute more by realizing its full growth potential and remaining true to its constitutional norms as an open, pluralistic, secular, inclusive and democratic polity. Vijay elaborated on India's neighborhood first policy pursued since 2014 and good outcomes that have been achieved in the process. Yet the fact remains that India has not fully delivered on its potential as the leading engine of growth in South Asia. India has been a first responder in crisis situations, most recently in case of Sri Lanka, but it can do far more by reviving regional sub-regional institutions, promoting physical and digital connectivities, fostering intra-regional trade and economic cooperation by offering non-reciprocal and generous terms, and above all, taking the lead in creating linkages across South Asia, which remains one of the least connected regions of the world in terms of trade and economic cooperation. How will countries of South Asia respond if India were to take such a lead, and how do we jointly, develop an updated paradigm for such an engagement? A related aspect is that we need to consider key deficits in South Asia in terms of very low intra-regional trade I referred to, and also weak regional architecture. Dormant SAARC, which is virtually non-functioning, underperforming BIMSTEC, anemic SAFTA, and so on. How do countries in the region overcome these deficiencies and the fact that South Asia is not connected. Emphasize that once again. Does India take the lead in developing or reinvigorating the regional institutions? How will neighboring countries respond to any such initiative? Once the election season is over in South Asia, can we, together, consider taking a bold initiative to revive the SAARC process and instill greater momentum in BIMSTEC and seek new avenues for sub-regional collaboration? Another aspect which is extremely important is that of connectivity. This area there has been modest progress, uh, but possibilities immense in various domains, whether it be road, rail and maritime linkages, digital connectivity, digital public goods and so on. Uh, you know, recently, just yesterday, Prime Minister and Prime Minister of Bangladesh inaugurated a new railway link between India and Bangladesh. There has been progress, say in terms of power grid connectivity involving India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. There is a very forward-looking vision document which emerged during visit of President Sri Lanka to India. Can we fast track these ideas which are being talked about for some time? They will be very direct and immediate positive fallout if such an approach is followed. But that will also involve shedding some of the inhibitions of the past. While objectively speaking, there is a strong case for greater connectivity, physical, digital, and otherwise among countries of South Asia, one also finds a lurking inhibition on part of countries of the region to increase their dependence on India. Where do we find the right balance? Will countries of South Asia take a pragmatic view of benefits or let their anxieties about closer interconnectedness with India come in the way of closer bilateral and regional integration? This is the question we need to debate there. Maritime security is another area where we need to work on, where much has been done bilaterally with Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, the Maldives, unilaterally with Sri Lanka, Maldives, and other Colombo dialogue partners, multilaterally under Sagar, IRA, and Milan initiatives. How do we take it forward? Economic security. This is an area which is engaging a lot of attention in USA, in Europe, in Japan, even in China. But we are not paying adequate attention to the fact that there is a restructuring of global value chains and technology networks moving away from China, partly in response to what happened during pandemic, partly due to geopolitical developments. But there is a very major churning taking place, given the size of our growing economies and markets, our technological strengths, our human resource endowments. South Asia is well placed to play a larger role as a node in global value chains, in technology networks. How do we do that? How do we seize disruptive changes which are taking place today? Likewise, transnational challenges like climate change, where South Asia is one of the most vulnerable areas. But we have been unable to devise common approaches in issues like climate action, climate mitigation, and climate finance, working together as an effective bloc. There are various frameworks initiatives that aim to foster regional cooperation on these matters, but there are also many challenges and barriers that hinder effective cooperation, such as political tensions, divergent interests, capacity gaps, and data limitations. How do we proceed in this area? And finally, the China challenge. Uh, there's no wishing away the China challenge in our region. Though it's more complex than people make it out to be. I think Vijay uh, spoke very beautifully on this subject. I will not elaborate on it. How do countries of South Asia respond to the competing pulls and pressure from India with its traditional anchor role in South Asia, its strategic geography, and its natural synergies and linkages with the region, with possible exception of Pakistan, uh, and China, the aspirant superpower, which also regards South Asia as its natural sphere of influence. How does India appreciate natural proclivity on part of its neighbors to work with China and recognize that there is no longer an exclusive strategic backyard for India in South Asia, while countries of the region respect interconnectedness, including in the security domain, and also appreciate the risk of arriving at suboptimal engagements within the region in eagerness to invoke China as a countervailing force vis-à-vis India. I wanted to raise some of these questions. There are many more questions which can be discussed. Let me now, move to our panelists. I will not introduce them since they have already been introduced. We'll start by requesting Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma to make his remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Chief, to DG Claus and the Claus fraternity for inviting an extinguished veteran. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen and the esteemed panelists here, I'm fortunate to be here today. My script has been hacked by every speaker who has spoken from the morning. And so I'm a little anxious as to who will say that I'm repeating his remarks. Let me put it this way, that some of you know me, that I have been known to be provocative, and I'll be candid, because if we are investing ourselves into so much of time in discussing issues here in 2 days, then we have to be pragmatic and say what we need to be said, and we need not soft pedal it. It is an unfortunate part of it is that we in soldiers have a very poor professional military education. We have not been taught diplomacy. Now, India's influence in the world has increased significantly, as we rightly pointed out earlier. We have great ambitions to be a global player. Now, main reason is, of course, it's all economics, and 7% growth. We became the 5th largest economy. Another decade or so, even less, we may be the 3rd largest economy in the world. And our ambitions to be playing into big leagues or influencing world agenda, Bretton Woods, United Nations, are not new. Our successful presidency of G20 provided us an opportunity to shape G20 agenda differently as what was been carried out earlier, and we wanted to mainstream our role as in the leadership position in the global south. Our strategic autonomy, as has been rightly pointed out by Foreign Secretary Vijay Gokhale, is explicit. We simply refuse to take the side of West as a matter of course. Rather, we have multiple alliances, we have multiple arrangements, a concept that fits with India traditionally perfectly. Although we are a member of Quad, we did not yield to US and European pressures on UN votes condemning the Russian war of aggression and abstained from voting, and also we have abstained recently on Gaza. At the same time, in September 22, the Indian Prime Minister did not hesitate a moment to say this is not the era of war while sitting with the Russian president. So we take stands as what we feel is necessary for Indian interests. However, obstacles remain. even with the technologically advanced sector, India is still a developing nation. We are a low-income country in relationship to GDP and per capita. Our economy needs 7% growth just to absorb the 12 million all young people in the ages between 15 and 29 who get qualified every year and available in the market for employment. And we can't provide employment. And if we can't use the demographic dividend, then the dividend will be leading to non-cohesiveness within India. So there is a need for us to grow to get at least economic dividend, demographic dividend going. And this boom phase also has its corollaries, its effect on, say, climate change. We just cannot having a boom, 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 and not having an effect on the climate change in India. So this is all part of it. Geographically and culturally, South Asian countries have no choice. India is a large country. From Hindu Kush to Indian Ocean is one region. There are common languages, there are common religions, there are common dress codes, there are common food, dressing, TV shows. Even a sense of humor is as pathetic in all our countries. We have also common air pollution in our country. Let me unequivocally state that despite all these commonalities that make us best of friends outside India, and most of the ambassador lot and we also who've been outside have best of friends that we made from Pakistan to Chinese to everywhere else outside India, they are insufficient as a blinding glue within South Asia, which is a great characteristic difference that we have here. This roti beti ka rishta is absolute cliche. It's only language. I mean, some of you will know roti beti ka rishta is what we talk with Nepal and India. It's only a cliche. It doesn't actually transcend itself to relationships. Common identity of South Asia outside our region shows our great affinities. Negating it within the subcontinent is actually illogical, but it exists. The critical situation in the region is reflected by India's long-standing conflict with Pakistan and difficult relationship with China with unsolved borders. Is that a clock I see, sir? My eyesight is poor, I think. So I don't see it. So the unresolved border disputes with China and preferential relationship with Pakistan are a source of anxiety. Beijing's BRI concerted influence operations in South Asia are further heating up the situation here. In addition, China's presence in Indian Ocean raises concerns. Though India and Chinese governments cooperate in BRICS and SCO. Now, even the burgeoning trade between China and India has not allowed better relationships to come up. The South Asia region is hostage to the asymmetry of power enjoyed by India militarily, economically, and technologically. India's image in South Asia has not always been positive, is complicated, relations are not free of tensions, largely also because India's size. Let's accept the fact that our relations and led by India, and I stand by what I'm going to say, with our neighbors has at best been episodic. In crisis, we get intimately involved, and after the crises are over, we take a back seat. The progress is heavily weighted down by the inimical relations with India. The central themes of my argument are two. One, that India wishes to play a credible role and optimal role in the world or the global south. It's essential for us to play an indispensable role in South Asia. Let's be clear that if our periphery is in turmoil and our relations not the best, India will keep getting pulled back. If India has to emerge to her ambitions in the globe and also in the global south, the power asymmetry must become engine of growth for the entire region. And second is the issue, this is the time for India's unilateralism. And let me build my case. This subject is about future, about prognosticating future. Best part of future is in 2050 what will happen, I will not be around, I can see anything. These are complex, dynamic, numerous variable and powerful scenarios that can happen in the course of next decade or so, but which we actually cannot exactly tell. There are 5 variables that will dictate what a region will look like in the future. One are, of course, the geopolitical dynamics, especially among India and Pakistan and the Chinese influence in the region, which is bound to grow and could lead to competition with India. There is also how we manage these security challenges of militancy, terrorism, border disputes, migration, radicalization, all that transcend the borders without inhibitions. Second is economic growth. As per the current trend, Bangladesh and India will remain the engines. Bangladesh, by the end of the decade, will be an upper middle income country. They are growing by leaps and bounds. Third is the issue of demography and social development, which undoubtedly will be youthful, and if not suitably harnessed within the region, there will be problems to come on this issue. This has a potential of becoming a drag also. Fourth are the infrastructural issues, rightly pointed out. There is a lack of interconnectedness on transportation, energy, digital connectivity, which will play a role. And fourth, are rightly also pointed out earlier, are the structural aspects, the SARC, the BIMSTEC, the BBIN, all of which are currently ineffective. Let me examine prospectively and prognosticate. First, South Asia is the least economically interconnected region. Despite geographical proximity and existence of bilateral and multilateral FTAs that we have with each one of these countries, South Asia is one of the least economically integrated regions of the world. Over to protectionist policies, high logistic cost, lack of political will, a border trust deficit, intra-regional trade in South Asia remains well below its potential of 5%. Intra-regional trade is only 5%. This makes South Asia one of the most disconnected regions of the world, especially when you compare with South Asia or Southeast Asia and East Asia, where intra-regional trade is up to 50%. In Sub-Saharan Africa also, the inter-regional trade is 22%. Our region is only 5%. So there is actually nothing much to talk about in trade among our own countries. The point is that if we have to grow as a region, we have to get better interconnected and break the trade barriers. We trade only 1/3 of our potential. Half of South Asian trade could have been only India-Pakistan trade. And if we talk CASA, which is Central Asia and South Asia combined together, we can be a great game changer all over the world. Tourism, South Asia, sky is the limit. It's opinion that the logic of interconnectedness has dawned, and there is a graduated movement forward. Second are structural issues. We are the only region that doesn't have an effective regional organization in underpinnings. We even managed to get African Union as member of the G20. What about SARC? We even, of SARC, lesser said the better. It was even born with skepticism. India downed our hatches on SARC any time which felt that the neighbors are kind of ganged up. BIMSTEC and BBN are poor cousins and not a substitute. I wish to add about India-Pakistan relationship, which is a grave issue for a regional integration. Now, there are sovereign choices that Pakistan has made. No connectivity. Let's examine what can be done. Despite the security imbroglio, India was doing a distress sale of onions this year. Pakistan was buying onions at 3 times the cost from outside Pakistan. We had to stop the onion export of 40% duty because of very internal reasons. But that's the state of affairs that exists here. Despite all tensions, every first of every year, we exchange the nuclear installation data between us. It stood up. Indus Water Treaty stands up. Kartarpur corridor, there is movement across here. Despite everything else, emergency medical treatment is on. Even when there is no trade, $100 billion worth of medicines are supplied by India to Pakistan every year, which includes cancer drugs, which includes vaccines. These are all, despite no trade, but it is still trade there. So, and then, of course, we have no hesitancy of supporting medical tourism from Pakistan. There are so many. Apollo at one time said we get 500 patients a month from Pakistan. You know, see, there is the feasibility existing, and then we say there is just no trade. So it has to be driven into Pakistan that earlier it understands it better it will be for Pakistan's economy. The success story has to come out of SAARC as a grouping. That has to be propelled. And that should be the answer of the future. Third, China's baskets of money is focused towards acquiring influence in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal. There are intensive push in Maldives, intensive push on large infrastructural projects. Prognosticating on role of China in South Asia in times to come is very easy. China has announced its 2049 ambitions and is moving to create influence through investments in infrastructure development. South Asian nations may not be able to push back on China's GDI and GSI agendas. BRI also in the last forum, as you see, is changing colors to the benefit of the nations to which BRI is developing. And this is the future. China in another 15 years will have made such deep inroads in South Asian countries that China may well be without territorially a part of South Asia. We have to understand this and work on it. Fourthly, are the prognosis on the future security environment, which is at best unpredictable. What does the security environment look like? Threats will continue to emanate from state and non-state aggressors, catastrophic nature, man-made disasters. These disasters do not recognize boundaries and borders. They are terrorism, cyber attacks, all this which have been accounted for since morning would have existed. South Asian nations may not be effectively able to protect themselves against these disruptive influences. And then there are, of course, we tend to weaken our society. Resilience is the key. Resilience is the ability of the region to deter, resist, and recover from all these things that will take place and continue taking place. Do we have a resilience mechanism to accept all this which will take place within the subcontinent? No, we do not have. We need a resilient mechanism for all this that can happen. What happens if there is conflagration between India and Pakistan and India and China, or both? Are these in realms of fantasy? We are mostly in uniform. Conventional wisdom clearly states that wars can erupt at us most with or without significant rationale. And any typology of escalation, control, and deterrence may not succeed. We may try it. Wars can take place. Wars have taken place that we see in the times to come. Such an event will be a nemesis of South Asian integration and will push the growth of several decades ahead. Now we have to plan for this eventuality. Suffice it to say, these possibilities cannot be negated and it must be prepared for to continue and should not concern our neighbors. In sum, to conclude, what should India do? Which is the basic issue that we need to address. We have of late stirred out of our reverie. There is, let me put it this way, that delivery has been focused and pre-planned. The pipelines, the roads which are coming across there, the railways that have come across to Nepal and the railway to Bangladesh. There is
Rakesh will have to wrap up now.
Yes, another 10 minutes. Huh? So I know, Ambassador, we work together in many think tanks, so I can take a chance or two. Thank you. I'll take as this time as possible. Sir. So we have stirred out, but we need to work on these issues, and as has been rightly pointed out, the interconnected power grids, the motor vehicle agreements, and there are many areas that we can work across there. It took a long time for us to accede to many of these requests, but actually better late than never. India has to take on my responsibility. This is the crux of my talk. We are a large geography and demography, credible technological prowess, growing manufacturing and strong agriculture output. We have to take unilateral initiatives and keep taking them and not be episodic as we've been there earlier. We have to innovate, keep thinking on innovations of how improving relations with our neighbors. Let's digitalize transaction in South Asia, offer technology and its implementation. Issues like healthcare, education, agriculture, skill development, small and medium scale manufacturing, and many others can be carried out without any challenges here. Everything that our neighbors can sell is a small fraction of what India needs to buy. And we are still interconnected. Indeed, issues like climate change, river management require great amount of effort. And I would say that it is not understood that these rivers are indivisible. You know, you have to manage with them. The seabed resources are indivisible. You have to manage within this system. We can create even, for example, a South Asia oil purchasing cartel. We start negotiating with OPEC as part of one body. There is meat here that we can control the world because we are great buyers of oil resources across there. Single negotiating mechanism. Much is not South Asian problem. Much is India's problem. We are 85% of the South Asian GDP as one country. The rest all countries put together only 15% of the GDP. We are 85% of the demography maybe. We have to look at outcomes, push in unilaterally, bilaterally, sub-regionally, regionally, push through innovative mechanisms of having a relationship with our neighbors. As the region takes off, we will create the tools to integrate. Let me end by saying, India's global role and ambition will not be realized till she carries the neighborhood, and this has to be understood in India. Prime Minister Modi did invite the head of states for swearing in when he took over in 2014. He also landed up without notice in Nawaz Sharif's granddaughter's wedding across in Lahore, which many of, I'm sure in the noting sheets in MEA they would have said should not go. Our noting sheets are famous, of course. All is possible. Philosophically speaking, nothing is permanent. Everything can change and we can move forward. To say that we can't have a relationship with Pakistan is not correct. Everything is possible, everything can change. Every country in South Asia, I am confident, has a bright future. The omnipotent question is, how does South Asia as a region get a bright future? Let's South Asia not be centrifugal. Let's become centripetal. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Majan Sharma, for those remarks. I will now invite Ambassador Shamsher Chaudhary, former Foreign Secretary of Bangladesh. Yes, you can.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Looking at that time, it reminds me of the basketball players in the US where they have to look at a 24-second shot clock. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to the first Chanakya Defense Dialogue. I think it's very, very critical and very timely. And for me, the pleasure of coming to India on such conferences, and I've done many Asian Security Conferences, that I can be totally frank, candid, and open and still not be denied a visa the next time. My special feeling or connection with India, because this is instance of Bangladesh and India defense cooperation that is perhaps unique in the sense that is written in blood. In 1971, more than 1,000 Indian defense forces members laid down their lives for our independence. I am a freedom fighter, a wounded one, and for some reason Claus didn't write my gallantry award at the end of my name, but that's all right. But importantly, when I was talking to the Honorable Vice President during the coffee break, I showed him that photograph of that famous surrender at Dhaka racecourse, right? General Sam Manekshaw, General Arora on the one side and A.K. Niazi on the other. And it's a greater privilege for me to be here at the Manekshaw Center because he was right at the center of the military drama that was taking place. So it's a relationship that touches me very, very deeply. And I'm very proud of it. It is a unique sense of defense cooperation. Now, recently I was taking a class at the National Defense College in Bangladesh where there are Indian military officers also present. And I had said there that the Cold War ended with the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union. But wars did not end. And that is the tragedy. And the peace dividend that was to follow the end of the Cold War has still remained elusive. And this is a big tragedy. We saw the Balkans, now we see the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we see the genocidal assault on Gaza, of course not to mention so many other theaters of threats. Now, there are threats that prevail today, traditional and non-traditional. There are the military security threats, there are the terrorism security threats, and then there are the cyber attack threats, and you name them, they're endless, and we need to work far more closely as a region, as a force. The beauty of South Asia, and that primarily centers on India, India being the central to South Asia. But this is the region that starts at the Himalayas and then goes all the way down to the Indian Ocean, which is in a way unique. And then because Indian Ocean is connected to the Pacific Ocean, so it's from the Himalayas to the Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. And I'm a great advocate for Bangladesh's greater involvement in the Indo-Pacific region, perhaps more from a geo-economic point of view, not necessarily always geo-military point of view. Importantly, countries like India, China, and other players, the United States, which is a very important friend of Bangladesh, that countries like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Maldives, the smaller South Asian players, well, we are not that small in terms of human population, we are 170 million plus, have evolved into a position where they can exercise a degree of autonomy in making their foreign and defense policy choices. Now, I went from a profession in the military when I joined the army in 1967, where you are taught to shoot first and ask questions later. In 1974, Prime Minister Bangabandhu transferred my job from the military to diplomacy, to being a diplomat, where the training is don't shoot till you have all the answers. So the adjustment needed was tough, but I did manage to adjust, believing that while a soldier, and I see some very decorated, extinguished or distinguished, you may be, but the military prepares for war, but frankly it hopes that it doesn't happen. Well, diplomacy is there to make sure that war do not happen. And Vijay and I were Gokhale perhaps witnesses to Vijay Gokhale and myself in 1987, and we were both serving in our respective missions in China. First it was Mr. K.P.S. Menon, and then Mr. Ranganathan, I think, who came as ambassador. Shiv Shankar Menon was my counterpart in the Indian embassy. There was an eyeball-to-eyeball deployment, if you remember, Vijay, in the east. And we were like in the middle. If one bullet went off accidentally, we would not be too far off the target. The beauty of, hopefulness that came out of it, with the Chinese Foreign Ministry assured us that not a single bullet would be fired. And the reason, and if you remember Yang Chenia, who was director for South Asia, he made that very potent statement. He said, a war between India and China, there will be no winners today. It is not 1962. Things have changed. Strategic weaponry has become very, very important. So, is it the same situation today? I'm not so sure. Do we see a change in scenario? I'm hesitant to use the word aggressive, but at least I see more assertiveness on the part of one major player in the Asian region. Now, when India has a neighbor-first policy, brilliant policy, and I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi demonstrated it firsthand when he invited all South Asian leaders to his inauguration, as Rakesh mentioned. But China too may have its neighbor-first policy. And here, the neighbors may be the same. In many cases, they are the same. Nepal, Bhutan, for example, are the same neighbors. So how is this possibility for conflict, competition, or cooperation and cohesion? And I think we should work towards cooperation and cohesion. Now, when it comes to military diplomacy, I think Bangladesh stands out as a role model. If you look at Sri Lanka, when the ethnic conflict was at its height, Sri Lankan then President Premadasa reached out to me. I was High Commissioner there. He said, can you help train our military? And we had a frank discussion with the Indian friends. Naresh Dayal was your High Commissioner. And we said, yes, why not Bangladesh provide military training to the Sri Lankan Defense Forces? And we did in very large numbers. And that was military diplomacy at play. The nature of cooperation between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh in the military field far outweighed our very limited trade and economic ties. Then came Iraq's war in Kuwait, where we joined the coalition. And then we had a Kuwait rehabilitation program run extensively and totally by the Bangladesh military. Not to mention the UN peacekeeping role that we are playing. So Bangladesh is in a position to play that kind of a role and say. Now, of course, Vijay made a very potent reference to the rise of Asian powers, which concomitantly came with the decline of the traditional Western powers. You know, maybe they were not willing to admit that, but there was a difference shift in where the power centers went. India, China, nobody mentioned Japan, you know, South Korea, ASEAN, Bangladesh is buying power, 170 million people buying things. This has made all of this possible, that there is great scope for cooperation, cohesion, and not necessarily competition. Yes, we rely on China for our development, infrastructure development, but we need to exercise a major degree of sovereignty in making that choice. We look at Sri Lanka, what happened. We take that lesson from Sri Lanka. India has more than $8 billion line of credit. And the recent railway connection that is happening between Bangladesh and India is part of that Indian line of credit, which is actually very generous. When it comes to connectivity, I think Bangladesh and India are a role model of connectivity. If you talk to the Indian High Commission today, this is the largest Indian visa center in the world. 15,000 visas are issued to Bangladeshis every day, which is unbelievable how the Indians manage that. But is it seamless? I'm afraid it's not. I was in Silchar recently, crossing from Sylhet. The hassle of carrying my own heavy suitcase with my broken leg across 50 meters before I reached the Indian border totally discouraged me from undertaking the route again. Why can't we make it seamless? Why can't we have customs and immigration facilities much more simplified? We have that with the Mithali Express that goes from Bangladesh to New Jalpaiguri. The immigration customs is not done in Dhaka, and on the return journey it is done in New Jalpaiguri. The train moves non-stop. Now, one talks of a rule-based world order. Who makes these rules? Most of these rules were made before Bangladesh was even born. Why can't a country like Bangladesh, 170 million, be part of the rule-making process? And this is where I touch on Vijay's comment, the United Nations system. Asia is represented by only one country. Africa is not represented in the Security Council as a permanent member. South America is not represented in the United Nations Security Council as a permanent member. So who makes these decisions? This is where issues come into play, where we can work together. Now, we have an Indo-Pacific outlook. Bangladesh has announced an Indo-Pacific outlook. There was a recent seminar in Dhaka, and everybody was saying, okay, we have an outlook, so we're looking at it. So we are still looking at it. Now, Raja Mohan, the famous Indian journalist come analyst, he very candidly asked this question. An outlook is neither a strategy nor a policy. What next? And I agree with Raja Mohan completely. We should move beyond an outlook, engage ourselves in the larger, not just for economic benefits, but for climate change issues, for looking at the maritime space that we are all part of in a very, very significant way, and how we can move forward. Now, the United States, a very good friend of Bangladesh, the close friend of Bangladesh, our largest export destination, and incidentally our largest source of foreign remittances, the two engines of growth for Bangladesh economy. It follows a rule-based policy. But my appeal to my friends in Washington would be that you have a rule-based foreign policy, but also keep in mind that you do not push a country towards instability, by focusing too much. Because there are forces in Bangladesh which denied the 1971 Liberation War. They're still very active today. And look at what happened in Egypt. You had an election, you ended up with the Islamic Brotherhood. Do you want a repeat of something similar in Bangladesh? It's not. And this is where India has stood by Bangladesh very firmly, very strongly, that stability and democracy, which is a process, it doesn't happen overnight. So one has to give Bangladesh that time to move to a more and more democratic. But remember, there are extremist forces at play in Bangladesh even as we speak here. So you have to be careful how far we push for totally free and fair election, inclusive election, participatory elections. We have to see who participates, who doesn't participate. This is something we have to keep in mind. We talked of regional, sub-regional bodies. IORA is, I think, one aspect where we can play a very role. Bangladesh is an active member of IORA. We had a big IORA conference in Bangladesh, and it touches both the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean in a big way. Nobody mentioned ARF, the ASEAN Regional Forum. I think that is another platform where we can engage in addressing the issues of common threats or common dangers or common benefits, and see how we can move forward. This is a gathering of foreign ministers of all the countries in the ASEAN Regional Forum. We can actually go towards that. Vijay also talked of India's increasing engagement with many countries, but perhaps by slip he left Bangladesh out, 170 million people. But I believe Vijay and I have met in Bangladesh when he was Foreign Secretary. We engaged. I'm very, very happy to hear the talk of reviving SARC. SARC is a 5-letter word, not a bad word. BIMSTEC is a 7-letter word, not moving. BMIN is something Bangladesh, India, Nepal, and Bhutan, struggling. Let's start with the 2-letter word, Bangladesh, India, as a template, and take it to the broader South Asian context and see how we can benefit from that. Now, is it possible to revive SARC? I think Vijay referred to the post-election scenarios. Can we do it virtually? I think we should. SARC touches a chord among every Bangladeshis, among every Sri Lankan, among every Nepalese, every Bhutanese. Yes, Afghanistan is a problem here now. We are all faced with that. Let's not lose hope. Where we are despondent as Bangladesh on the Rohingya crisis, we did not get the kind of just 11 more minutes, 1 minute than him. On the Rohingya crisis, which is a major problem for Bangladesh, the response from our neighbors in Asia has not been encouraging, has not been satisfactory for us. Perhaps one wonders why. And I'll go back a bit to the Roman history. When Brutus was asked why he killed his friend Caesar, Brutus said that not that I loved Caesar less, but I loved Rome more. Maybe our friends in Asia love Bangladesh, perhaps they love Myanmar more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Let me now move to our next speaker, Mr. Sangha Abegunashekar.
Good afternoon to everyone. Major General, Lieutenant General Rajeshwar, Ambassador Ashok Kanta, and fellow panelists, distinguished military officers, and ladies and gentlemen. I think I have a PowerPoint so that I'll straight away go to that. Since the General and Ambassador exceeded the time, I'm neither a General or an Ambassador, so I'll have a little bit more time, I think. So, thank you. I would like to recognize General Banerjee, who's in the audience. He has been speaking about SARC for the last 10 years. I learned a lot from General Banerjee, being in the consortium of South Asian think tanks, where he got all these think tanks together as a consortium. So it's tremendous work. A lot of publications have been done, so just want to recognize who's in the audience. Let me go back. you. So basically my presentation, I will cover what's right now, what's going on in Sri Lanka. I'm not going to dwell about the 2019 and what happened in Sri Lanka, the crisis and all that. So if you want to learn a little bit more about it, I'm promoting my book here. So the Teardrop Diplomacy is there. So I cover from 19 to 22, the entire crisis, the political economic crisis. So basically, we were called Sri Lanka a bankrupt country last year because of the, if you look at the governance diagnostic report of IMF, which I contributed also with the 13 authors, and it is a governance issue. We had a governance problem, not only an economic issue, but a serious governance issue. The 138 pages of the IMF report clearly highlights on significant amount of corruption. I believe like almost 100 pages highlight corruption as a serious issue. Lack of transparency, absence of the processes in the bureaucracy, as well as many internal as well as external influences. Then Sri Lanka, I mean, the keynote speaker mentioned about democracy. I think Sri Lanka does not have democracy right now because the people have been asking for polls, elections, so it's been delayed for 10 months now, and it's continuing. So my visit to Colombo, I was visiting 5 countries actually for the last 2 weeks, including China, the Belt and Road Forum. My visit to Colombo, all the interviews, basically everyone said we need elections in Sri Lanka. So I think Lieutenant General Rajeshwar has woken up Chanakya at the right time when Chiang 6 is in Colombo, where you need strategic thinking. I think the lack of strategic thinking gets us into positions like this, and very difficult positions like this. What you have, the visit on the 25th of October, which is a few days ago, was a serious issue for Sri Lanka, for Foreign Ministry as well as the Defense Ministry. So what we see is the Chinese version is of course helping the agriculture, the farmers, as well as predicting weather. But I see, I mean, this is a hydrographic survey definitely is conducted, as well as there's a serious issue for Sri Lanka as well as the regional security of India. I have sort of written about the SOP, Standard Operating Procedure, which was introduced by the Sri Lankan government. This was a few months ago, and I said that it won't make a significant impact because the SOP will not prevent this sort of ships coming in. The next ship is also due to come in December or in January, Shi Yang Hong 3. So this will continue. This is the Yang Wang 5, which came last year, where clearly sort of highlighted the danger as well as a significant security threat for Sri Lanka as well as the region and India. So, and the spy ship which came to Hambantota port is a serious issue. This is a quote from Harsh Pant where he's clearly, I agree with Harsh Pant, as well as saying that the intent, the strategic intent needs to be looked at very carefully. In July, basically, our president came to India, giving assurance on will calculate India's strategic security concerns, will give a priority. But what's happening right now in Colombo, it does not look like he has given such priority, unfortunately. This is a development from last month, starting from New York, which I will come to you. So multiple sort of on the reconciliation, on the human rights. So all this is discussed. And I mean, Dr. Jaishankar clearly highlights the unviable projects, which I will come to that. And there's a serious issue in Sri Lanka. This is basically capturing each and every basically regime in Sri Lanka. And what you see, the last 2 columns is the most important, which is the Gotabaya Rajapaksa regime as well as the present regime. So what you see is not much of a difference, only in the economic side, the economic policy, as well as the militarization. The 25 military appointments are not there in Sri Lanka. So you're back to sort of bring in the civilian sort of operations in the bureaucracy. But other than that, all the other you can see is quite similar. On the position of the 13th Amendment, which is the devolution of power in Sri Lanka, which has been discussed multiple times by India, communicated. Basically on the Indo-Lanka relationship, it always starts with a high pitch at the beginning with India, but then it ends up with China. So I mean, you could see that sort of moving towards China and the Chinese sort of a significant influence growing there. So this is the basically President in the Belt and Road. I believe a significant achievement from my point of view. But when you look at the basically the Indo-Pacific and its position, where Wickremesinghe says that Indo-Pacific is an artificial construct last month in New York, then again he questions AUKUS, saying that AUKUS is a military alliance against China. And following that, in the German television, he also questions on the human rights, where the Western has sort of no right to question on the human rights issues in Sri Lanka. And then you have the ship visit right now in Sri Lanka. So you see a tilt of Wickremesinghe moving in the China direction. And why is it happening? The debt restructuring is one of the major components in the Sri Lankan economy. So as you know, the Chinese government has mentioned that they would restructure the 4.2 billion of debt and in Sri Lanka. So this is an important factor for Sri Lanka, but then we have a serious issue with the Chinese debt in Sri Lanka because of transparency issues, high interest rates. They are compared with the Japanese loans, but Japanese loans and Chinese loans are quite different. The percentage of debt is about 20%. So you're looking at the total debt of China in Sri Lanka. So what I said is, like on the Hambantota port, for example, there was interest rates like 6.2%, which is very high. And some of those investments that are clearly made in projects, this is the basically is from R 1.0 is Rajapaksa 1.0, which is a Mahinda Rajapaksa's time. You can see the significant increase of the borrowings. And I have mapped it here clearly that you can see the spike during this time. And China was basically building multiple infrastructure projects during this time. So these are the infrastructure projects in Sri Lanka. And some of them, like Mattala Airport, has not generated any revenue. So there are white elephant projects. Unfortunately, we have invested, but then not looked at the sort of a wider the benefits, economic benefits. So recently you see the Sinopec signing of a massive refinery in Hambantota. So all this is coming up in Sri Lanka. So I've captured here the public perceptions. How do the Sri Lankans read? And this is from a survey which I've done. And what I see is that the Lotus Tower, which was built, this is a landmark tower in Colombo, so it has the very lowest public appeal. That everyone that I've interviewed basically says that there's no economic benefit from the Lotus Tower. Then comes the Mattala Airport is the second. But the highways, of course, everybody was very positive on the Chinese highways. They have benefited from the highways. And so this is kind of the public perception right now on the Chinese projects in Sri Lanka. And what I've captured is, there's a discussion on the debt trap, always there is on the Western media, so of course debt trap. Is Sri Lanka part of debt trap? I moved the sort of the narrative towards something called strategic trap. This is what I captured in my book. Strategic trap basically discuss about 3 areas. Funding political parties, China's funding political parties, human rights support by China to countries like Sri Lanka, and the third area is military to military or security sort of arrangements. So even the Xi'an 6 is also in the third pillar, which I have looked at. This is what happened in Gotabaya Rajapaksa. I've sort of encapsulated everything in here. If you want to read about Chinese funding to SLPP, which is the Rajapaksa political party, you could read from the CSEP. There's one entire chapter which I mapped what was the issues there, and then you had certain think tanks in Colombo talking about Huawei strategies, importance of Huawei being in Sri Lanka, which again was signed a few days ago by the president at the Huawei headquarters in Beijing. So all this is sort of mapped, and this is seen in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is a clear case study for many other countries, Pakistan as well as many other countries, Bangladesh. So you could learn a lot from Sri Lanka and what went wrong. And this is the signing of the Huawei in a few days ago in Beijing. And what you see is, I would say, like multiple visits to Sri Lanka, as well as Sri Lankans visiting Beijing. This comment is from Namal Rajapaksa, who is the son of Mahinda Rajapaksa, where he says the importance of working on the BRI as well as developing the BRI. So the Rajapaksa component is still there in Sri Lanka. Basically, they have the majority in the government, so they control the government. And I'm moving to the region since we're talking on the region. So the next slide is about the region and how the regional countries looked at Chinese policies. Chinese policy on 5G, Chinese policy on Hong Kong, Chinese policy, basically how does the other countries read and how do they support? This is part of my book, which is sort of, I've captured this from my book. So what I found was almost all the countries support, except India, the India's immediate periphery, they support Chinese policies. Chinese policy stance on Hong Kong, you could see, then on the basically South China Sea, as well as Xinjiang policies. And also the value of Chinese construction, the BRI in these countries. This is sort of, I don't know whether you could see this, but this is a slide where we have mapped basically taking the Chinese military bases, where it would sort of, China would look at sort of establishing military bases in the near future. So we've taken aid data and RAN data and sort of put together. And then we have the SAFN is our South Asia Foresight Network in Washington, D.C. So what we looked at both the data and we've sort of analyzed what are the most possible sort of next bases coming up in the region. So according to aid data, the next military base after Djibouti is going to be Hambantota in Sri Lanka. But we think it's going to be West Africa. And next is going to be East Asia, which is Cambodia. We think Cambodia is going to be one of the main sort of, I would say, a possible place for a military base. And I'll share these slides so that you could read as well as spend some time how we came to this analysis. And I think the RAN data is sort of much more closer to what we have looked at. But I think Hambantota is definitely in the map when you look at the military bases in the future. And what is right now happening is that Sri Lanka is sort of gradually shifted to a Chinese sphere, and you see that immediate calibration of the foreign policy is required right now. So the next 6 months is going
Asanga will have to wrap
Yes.
now.
Yes, this is my last slide. I'm ending. So immediate calibration is required because next 6 months is going to be very crucial for Sri Lanka. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Asanga. So we move on to our next speaker, Ms. Chiranjang Thapa.
Janani Janma Bhumishcha Swargadapi Garesi. Namaste to you all from the top of the world. Disclaimer, I do not represent any organizations or groups, so whatever I say here today are solely my viewpoints. Respected Honored General of the Nepal Army, Chief of Staff of the Indian Army, brothers of the Indian Army, entire close family and distinguished participants. My sincere gratitude to the Indian Army for this absolute honor. Being here at the Manekshaw Center is a great privilege. Our dear friend Shyam Bahadur immortalized us Gorkhas with his famous quote, "If someone says they're not afraid to die, they're either a Gorkha or they're lying." This now overshadows the British saying, "Fear not a man with a small knife with a scowling face, but that of a small man with a big knife and a smiling face." Speaking of Gorkhas, I want to use my first minute allotted to me to remember and pay tribute to one of Nepal's most genuine well-wishers, an Honored General of the Nepal Army and the first CDS of the Indian Army, General Bipin Rawat. If I may kindly request all of you to rise in his memory. There he is. Thank you, everyone. General Rawat had actually conveyed to us his keen desire to visit Muktinath. I was one of those actually tasked by our Army Chief to facilitate his visit. Everything was arranged, but because of COVID, he couldn't visit. I was told by someone that he actually believed in the holy mantra, Badrinath Jayate Muktinath Sayaka, meaning Badrinath is only successful when Muktinath is by his side. As India was aspiring to be the Bishwa Guru, perhaps he sought the blessings of Muktinath, who is widely regarded as the Guru of all Gurus. This year, during Shivaratri, when Nepal Army celebrates his Army Day, the 4 former Chiefs of Army Staff of the Indian Army were invited as special guests. They were accompanied by our former Chiefs of Army Staff to Muktinath, where they jointly offered a bell in honor of General Rawat. So if any one of you makes it up there, please do remember to ring the Bipin bell. Please excuse me because I've dared to do something quite unconventional today, going against discipline and dogma. And if I may, sir, I've actually brought a handwritten letter from Nepal to India, and I'm going to read it. Priya Bade Bhaiya Bharat, bracket, Big Brother India. बड़े भैया बड़े दिन के बाद दिल्ली आए हैं तो आज खुल के अपने मन की बात कहेंगे जो कुछ भी कहेंगे सच कहेंगे और मुक्तिनाथ के सौगन सच के सिवा कुछ नहीं कहेंगे बड़े भैया congratulations on your G20 summit. The barefoot walk of the global leaders at Rajghat was quite a sight. You invited Bangladesh from the neighborhood, but I'm not sulking because I do admit my seemingly shabby self is currently unbefitting to sit alongside them better suited friends of yours. Perhaps because the Turkish Prime Minister questioned during the 2014 G20 summit why Nepal was not included when it was the center of spirituality. Thank you for at least giving me a mention in the form of a Sherpa. For those of you that don't know what a Sherpa is, they're the ones with superhuman ability to breathe in thin air and climb up Mount Everest like going up an escalator. And if you're nice to them, they'll probably carry you up and down. We also celebrate your Chandrayaan success and applaud your rise into the ranks of great space powers. But don't get carried away. We are the descendants of those that had configured the primordial sound of the universe, Om, thousands of years ago. And also, any technology that exists today would have been inconceivable without the discovery of zero, Shunya. Therefore, from astronomy to architecture, from science to spirituality, from maths to metallurgy, no other civilization on this planet was advanced as yours. That's why invaders from Alexander to Aurangzeb to the Angrez coveted this land for its vast wealth and wisdom. Lest we forget, even Columbus had his eye on India. Thankfully, our Barun Dev was unkind to his sail, so he ended up in the Americas and started calling the natives Red Indians. In fact, I strongly believe you need to change your narrative from the rise of India to the re-rise of Bharat. The testament to the re-rise is a tribute you're paying to this Grand Master of statecraft and military strategy, Acharya Vishnugupta, aka Chanakya, aka Kautilya. Others know him as Indian Machiavelli, but it's time for us to collectively bury that title and start calling Machiavelli the Indian Chanakya. I thank the great Acharya for immortalizing me by incorporating my specialty in his Arthashastra, where he writes, Ashtaplahuti Sangatya Krissa Bhingisi Barsavaranam Apasaraka iti Nepalakam. Meaning, in the state's pursuit to keep a stock of best needed items, the black 8-layered water-resistant woolen blanket called Bhingisi and Apasaraka from Nepal are the best. Since Chanakya's Arthashastra is a strategy to acquire and retain power, it is only pertinent that we discuss a little bit about power. To begin with, power has never been a permanent feature of any state or society. An empire that colonized a land known for its rishis is now governed by a prime minister named Rishi. Thus, a new outlook to perceive and calibrate power is imperative. In today's world, each country is endowed with unique power, just like the characters of the Marvel comics. The Americans might see themselves as Superman, the Israelis, the Iron Man or Wonder Woman. You might want to call yourself the Bajranga Bali Hanuman. But every power has its limitations. What can the invincible and the immortal do when faced against the invisible or the indestructible or the inconceivable? Thus, power today is quite asymmetric, complex. Powers can also be unseen, unheard, and unfelt, and powers has devolved from institution to individuals. The threat of one individual with the right motivation, the right skill set, and the right opportunity may warrant the response of the entire state. One tweet is sufficient to inflict an irreparable damage. Today's globe is so intricately intertwined that despite being powerful and independent, we're all interdependent. Furthermore, larger military powers after World War II have found it increasingly difficult to vanquish a weaker side when sovereign rights and national dignity are still the most prized human values. Even much smaller powers and elusive non-state actors will put up a very protracted fight, even against an adversary with superior firepower and using innovative tactics. Power is also a specialized attribute. Both you and China, billion the World Cup final. Sorry for that curveball. But then let's talk about cricket. You're most likely to win the World Cup this year. Our best to your team. My power narrative, however, has remained a footnote, but given the spotlight and the perfect venue, I think it's time to make it a bit noteworthy. Today, both science and scriptures postulate that Nepal could be the cradle of life on this planet. The discovery of the oldest artifact, carbon dated to 30,000 years, the Shaligram and the caves near Muktinath, indicate that I was one of the oldest civilizations in the world. In Treta Yuga, it was Janak who possessed the Shiva Dhanus, broken by Ram to win Sita's hand in marriage, a significant symbol of power. In Dwapar Yuga, it was Kirateshwar Mahadev that bestowed Pashupat Astra to Arjun. The most powerful warrior in Mahabharata, Barbarik, is believed to be a native of Kathmandu. His severed head still lives on as the Akash Vairav in Kathmandu. Ved Vyas, the author of the most sacred and profound scriptures known to mankind, is believed to be a native of Damoli. Valmiki, who wrote Ramayana, his ashram still exists in Nepal. In the late 19th century, 18th and 19th century, the Chinese strategic thought reckoned that the House of Gorkha was a countervailing force capable of keeping the Brits at bay. My hydropower potential makes me a giant of renewable clean energy. By population ratio, I'm sending more students than anybody else to Australian and Western universities. And yes, my people drive the most expensive cars. How? I am the only one that has contributed directly to the security architecture of 5 nuclear states. You guys know the 2. I will let your intel guys go on an overdrive to find out the next 3. In fact, my men and women are also contributing to the security architecture of almost 68 countries. They're also actively deployed in thousands in the maritime domain to keep shipping lanes safe, and I'm the second largest contributor to the UN peacekeeping operations. Cumulatively, my contribution remains unrivaled. Bade Bhaiya, you have one of the largest and strongest military in the world, you have one of the largest economies in the world, but it is I who remains the top contributor to both. Because of time, I'm not going to explain everything, so I'll await a question from one of you in the audience to ask me that. But I must remain humble and grounded, drawing lesson from the PK character, played by Amir Khan, who astutely illustrated the relativity of power. इतनी बड़ी ब्रह्मांड में इतनी छोटा सा गोला के इतनी छोटी सी देश के इतनी छोटा सा गली के इतनी छोटा सा कक्ष में रहकर अपने पावर जताना शोभा नहीं देता. The cardinal question for me is, what is India, and how can I maintain a mutually dignified relationship with it? Is it a civilization? Is it a continent, a country, a colonial construct, customs, culture, caste, creed, or cuisine? A lot of C's. I don't know about others, but for me, there's an interface with every single identity. From fortifying my teeth with Dabur Lal Dantamanjan, to the Horlicks and Boost Shakti to our children, to the Chyawanprash to our elderly, to the eagerness and the disagreements that happens across all households over which TV serial to watch, Chanakya or Kabhi Saas Bhi Bahu Thi. India is interwoven into our daily lives, whether it be draping in Banarasi saris or savoring the Bengali sweets, lining up for Bollywood movies or lining up for Bangalore tech centers. We are innately interlinked. When it rains on me, you get flooded. When you have drought, I starve. When someone ridicules your faith, it infuriates me. And when you go to war, I bleed profusely. We have a bread, bride, boots, and blood relationship, which we both pronounce as being high, wide, and deep. We also label it as unique, unparalleled, and umbilical. But despite such supreme affinities, there are also very deep-seated resentments on both sides. I remain deeply scarred, mainly because of the 4 blockades, totaling 36 months in the last 75 years. The last one was in 2015, when I was at my weakest, after being shaken by a disastrous earthquake. Ironically, it was the brothers from the Indian Army that were the first to arrive and the last to leave, and rendered a massive assistance to us during that dire moment. We owe great debt to the Army chiefs, General Dalbir Singh and General Rajendra Chetri, for rescuing our intimate bond from fracturing. I think they both deserve a Nobel Peace Prize for their towering contributions in harmonizing our relationship. One of the many thorny issues that has pricked us both, that has inhibited us from having a warm relationship, stems mainly from the perception harbored by some of your MEA policy pundits. They essentially view me as being complicit for having abetted the Angrez in suppressing the Sepoy Mutiny of 1857, that they believe pushed your liberation back by another 100 years. One foreign secretary even exhorted your government for punishment for this historical complicity. But the sense of historical victimhood is equal on my side, if not more, because the prologue and epilogue are conveniently omitted. When the threat of the Angrez began to bedevil this subcontinent, Nepal had sent out missives to the Raja Ranjit Singh, Marathas of Gwalior, seeking a tripartite alliance between the Gorkha Sikhs and the Marathas to ward off the Angrez. Singh, instead of aligning with us, handed the letters to the Angrez to win their favor. What ensued after that was a multi-front attack on me, and I was compelled to sue for peace, in which I lost a huge chunk of territory which now belongs to you. After your liberation, there was a massive bloodletting and turmoil during the partition. Many of your princely states were not willing to accede to the new India. In such uncertain and volatile context, Pandit Nehru implored the Nepali army for military assistance. We dispatched thousands of Nepali army troops who remained in India for almost a year and played a pivotal role to consolidate your control, thereby stabilizing your nation. Now on to your favorite topic, TikTok. Sorry, I meant the country where the app originated, China. China for me is a reality. No one can ignore it. It's a military, economic, and technological manufacturing power. It remains our northern neighbor, and it is absolutely necessary for us to maintain a cordial relationship with her and to attempt to be a net gainer from that relationship. But here I must dispel a very false, age-long narrative that accuses me of playing the China card against you. Honestly, do you actually think I have that impressive ability to make the Chinese dragon do bhangra to the Nepali tunes, that too against an Airawat India? This is either an epitome of ignorance or an ominous level of spite. Either way, to portray me as possessing that level of dexterity is a gross overestimation of my capability. Ambassador Gokhale here, the preeminent scholar on China, can explain how cryptic and cumbersome it is to comprehend or connect to the Chinese system, characters, and the thought process. Even the most endowed states like itself are struggling to decipher and navigate these complexities. So therefore, whipping up salacious stories about Nepal's prime minister being honey-trapped by the Chinese envoy, or being rattled up when the Nepali army purchases several APCs, is hurtful. Also, the halo of those that warn us and admonish us about the Chinese debt trap runs hollow, because they themselves are not just salivating for the Chinese capital, but are in fact borrowing heavily from them. Of course, no country in the world wants to be burdened with debt. But if you don't or can't, and if the West doesn't and can't, it becomes our compulsion. Certainly, I too know how cunning and crafty the Chinese are. But if you're genuinely concerned about me and don't want me to be ensnared in the Chinese debt trap, please help me out. Give me bigger loans with better payback conditions. If not, then at least give me the flight route access to operate my debt-laden airports so that I can earn, pay them off, and avoid that entrapment. A day after your worst border clash, your papers reported that you had borrowed $750 million from the China-backed Asia Infrastructure Bank. China is your second largest trading partner. You both are part of exclusive groups, BRICS and SCO. Then you're also part of Quad. You're slowly becoming a riddle wrapped in an enigma and drenched in complexity. Because the strategic ambiguity you're propagating, you place the Akhanda Bharat map in your parliament, and then you welcome the G20 members saying Vasudhaiva Kutumbam. You present yourself in the new Bharat avatar, but then you're still saying I'm the incredible India. I'm pretty perplexed. Irrespective, however, I do believe this will inevitably be an Indian century, not in cricket terms. I want to take the full advantage of that and propel myself towards stability and prosperity too. But for that, a strong, stable, and secure Nepal is imperative. For you, you also have clear choices to make between being a revered power or a reviled one, between living in an affluent neighborhood without fences or an afflicted one with barbed wire fences, between having to worry about the strings of pearls strangling you or building an impregnable chain of diamonds as your line of defense. The same chain of diamonds which you will flaunt when you sit at your high tables and hopefully as a P6 in the UN Security Council. Of course, I would be the Kohinoor in your chain. If you ask me what is the primary strategic challenge to peace and security in our region, it is deep distrust. Our regional congregation, SARC, is like a shark on the shores, dead, almost dead, and going nowhere. Your neighborhood policy, I'm not going to comment on that. I will not reiterate what the others have said. Therefore, I humbly invoke the fable of the sun and the wind to illustrate it is favorable to radiate warmth than to blow cold air, because humility always trumps hubris, even in interstate affairs. You are undoubtedly the most powerful and influential in the region, So, just like Spider-Man said, with great power comes great responsibility. Hence, the onus is on you as the linchpin to create a conducive environment to uplift the haze of distrust. And it is also advisable that you raise the haze that shrouds Delhi, because that is more deadlier than any other threat. In terms of strategy, I think you should come up with
I think we'll have to conclude now.
Yeah. So finally, हिंदुस्तान ने वो कोई लड़ाई नहीं जीती है जिस जीत के साथ नेपाली का रक्त बहाना हो, किसी नेपाली ने शहादत न मोली हो। भारत के रक्षा के लिए नेपाल का बहादुर मरने मिटने के लिए कभी पीछे नहीं रहा। Your Prime Minister and the brothers of the Indian Army have understood this. Isn't it time for the entire Hindustan to understand as well? पशुपतिनाथले हामी सबैको कल्याण गरून्। Your only loving and caring ठुल्दाई नेपाल (brackets elder brother Nepal). PS बड़े भैया, वो 12 मुर्रा भैंस और 20 क्रिकेट बैट के लिए धन्यवाद। हम उसी भैंस के दूध पिला पिला के अपने क्रिकेट टीम को वही बैट से छक्के मार मार के वर्ल्ड कप जीतेंगे। मैंने भी 6 लाख वर्ष पुराना 2 शिलाएं अयोध्या मंदिर के लिए भेजे हैं। उम्मीद है कि आप वो शिलाओं को दूध से स्नान कराएंगे। हमारा संबंध दूध ही की तरह पवित्र होना चाहिए। कुछ बातें कड़वी लगी तो बुरा मत मानना यार, आखिर भाई हूं तुम्हारा। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, Mr. Thapa, for that very impassioned, set of remarks made by you. We have been advised that we have to conclude this session in another 5 minutes by 2:05. So maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions, if that's all right. Yeah, sure. Who do we start with? Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
So my name is Ramananda Sengupta from Strat News Global. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Thapa for this incredible love letter. But my question is to Ambassador Chaudhary. So you mentioned that Bangladesh needs time before democracy is sort of thrust down its throat. Would you like to put a time frame to that?
We don't need time to give democracy a more concrete shape. It took the West hundreds and hundreds of years before they could firmly through different wars, very, very bloody wars, before they civilized themselves actually. What we say that it is a process. You see, the 1971 War of Liberation is really a threshold in a very positive sense, but it had inherent built-in problems. There were forces that were against, inside Bangladesh, there were forces against the independence of Bangladesh. Those forces are very active even today. So we have to take care, move very carefully, that while people must exercise their right to vote, they cannot exercise their right to vote against the existence of Bangladesh. This is a very fundamental question. If I may take the opportunity, Chair, just to make one thing I left out of my note. Nobody talked of the great role that Admiral Chang He of China played many, many centuries ago. He toured all of South Asia. He was a diplomat, he was a naval admiral, he was everything. A tablet was discovered in Galle in Sri Lanka some times ago. The tablet written in 3 languages, interestingly. It's in Mandarin, it's in Persian, and it's in Tamil. And it said that we look upon the deities of India to create a peaceful world built on trade. Do we still hold on to that principle? Do people still hold to that principle? That is a big question for everyone. But thank you for the question anyway.
Yeah, I'm Ashok Mehta, and I run a program on India's neighborhood first at the India International Center, and I've been doing that with great interest for the last 5 years. So I must congratulate this session. The clarity and sincerity and frankness and candor with which the gentlemen have spoken is absolutely astounding. It is a message for India's foreign policy makers. We heard two words, distrust. They could have used other words, but I think the message has been conveyed. So India's neighborhood first must take into action or into cognizance some of the suggestions made, including the chair. I have two very brief suggestions to mention here. First is that given the fact, and anybody on the panel can answer this, in discussions that I have conducted, foreign policy or retired foreign policy gentlemen who come and attend, one of them said that India should lay down red lines for actions taken by countries in the neighborhood. Red lines, do's and don'ts. Second, I'm coming to that. Rakesh took 11, I'll take just one more point. And the second is about peacekeeping. Two gentlemen mentioned peacekeeping, and I have the honor to report to this audience that I was doing a track 2 on UN peacekeeping. The crown jewel of this region is peacekeeping. If you make an aggregate of the countries who provide and the quality of soldiers that are sought, we can do a great service on regional peacekeeping. And as I was saying, that at track 2, we were able to conduct into track 1, where everybody agreed at the Kathmandu Declaration that we should have a regional peacekeeping force, and that proposal is with the SAARC summit. But the SAARC summit is comatose. So its revival is absolutely urgent. Thank you.
Before we, I noticed that it's a panel of sorts. So can I request one of the ladies to ask a question? And that will be the last question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, there are a lot of questions pouring in from Zorawar also, sir.
Do we have time? General Rajeshu? Yeah, one question, and especially if one of the ladies can ask question, I'll appreciate that. Yeah.
Sir.
Okay, go ahead.
So the question is from Colonel Badshah Ghosh from Army Design Bureau and addressed to Mr. Chiranjan Thapa. So China has been making relentless efforts to gain influence in Nepal. These include means such as infra development, influence operations, and forays into education system, media, as well as polity. Nepal has also been trying a balancing act. Recently, the number of high-profile visits to China have been very high. How do you see this going in future? And what are the portents for the India?
Yeah.
I think Lisa Curtis.
Okay, please. Lisa would like to ask a question.
Hello, Lisa Curtis with the Center for New American Security. Thank you all for wonderful presentations. Mr. Asanga, really appreciated your presentation on Sri Lanka. I learned a lot. Thank you. Could you tell us what you would recommend the United States do. I mean, I think it's quite alarming that what has happened in Sri Lanka with regard to Chinese influence and manipulation and controlling the information environment there. So what can the U.S. do? Is there anything the U.S. can do, in India, maybe together or separately, to sort of, wean Sri Lanka away from this spell that they have fallen under from China?
Sure. Now I think back to the panel.
Sir, I think I need to give a very short answer because I don't want to be the person standing between all of you guys and lunch. But one simple answer to the question is, after what I just read out in terms of my love letter to India, I mean, if you're still not convinced, I'll have to write another one. Thank you.
Okay. Asenga?
Thank you for that question, Lisa. And I would like to combine with the earlier question, the red line. So there should be a red line, clearly, when you look at the Sri Lankan case. What happened in the previous regime, there was multiple warnings, was ignored, then we went to a crash. 6 months prior, clear warnings by US, many other IMF, India. So what you have is a clear case which is going to happen again in the next 6 months, because what you see is a trend that is going towards a Chinese orbit, as well as the ship visits and all that. So what can US do is democracy, people are asking for elections. Definitely, India is the largest contributor for UN democracy fund. If Sri Lanka does not have money, definitely India could provide that space, because India is the largest democracy in the world. And I think keeping a country from not having elections for 10 months now going on like this is not the way forward. So elections, you need elections, because Sri Lanka never had an appointed leader, never in the Sri Lankan history. So rules-based order, that's a very important. We are speaking about the we had this IORA conference in last month. Dr. Jaishankar was there speaking about the importance of rules-based order. How do you do this when you have significant influences coming in, as well as making foreign policy adjustments right now? So you need a balanced foreign policy immediately right now in Sri Lanka. This can have multiple effects to Sri Lanka, as well as the relationship to US, as well as Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka's commitments to Indo-Pacific. So it's very important to have that US basically articulates their position on the Indo-Pacific, as well as Sri Lanka give a commitment to Indo-Pacific. Basically we have mentioned that we are with the Indo-Pacific, but it's clearly, it does not look like we're in the Indo-Pacific.
So the point I wish to address is what General Ashok Mehta mentioned about red lines, and it used to get spoken about many times earlier in our service life. We've heard this being said earlier. The fact of the matter is that, as I mentioned earlier also, Chinese have made deep inroads. Chinese are making deeper inroads here. It is given that they would be here in big way, and though the bases have been mentioned in some form earlier about Hanban Tota and all that, there are many other bases being constructed by the Chinese out here, ports in many parts of the world, in the subcontinent itself. What the Chinese want to do tomorrow, you don't even know. And I'm talking about bases which are recently inaugurated also. So the fact of the matter is, minute you say that there are red lines being drawn, we are actually pushing our good friends away from us. And this Bade Bhai thing which Mr. Thapa mentioned is actually hurting. When you go to speak to Nepal, you say you're elder brother. Elder brother, it's a pejorative, They are all sovereign nations. They have their own national interests. We have to work with the national interests of our neighbors. We can't say we are elder brother. Okay, we are a friend. It's like Vishwa Guru versus Vishwa whatever. Which has been now changed from Vishwa Guru to what is being called now, sir? I think it's called Vishwamitra. So Vishwamitra. So Vishwamitra has been changed over from Vishwaguru because Vishwaguru was kind of threatening. So, I think we need to care for the perceptions which are of the public, which are as important as the governmental relations. And the public doesn't like the issue of an elder brother, or doesn't like the cliches which have lasted so long. So, red lines, sir, I think, due respects to you, is a very poor idea. Sir, आपने बोला है. You have to take the blame.
General Vitta will have offline discussion on this issue during lunch.
Can I
So,
just answer one
sure, sure. Ambassador.
I think the very use of the word color red perhaps is inappropriate here. Let us call it green line. Bangladesh is a sign of green line. We are for peace. We are for balancing strategies, and I'm sure my friend from Nepal and Sri Lanka will help.
Sir, I'm going to add another one. When
Okay,
when the country is orange, it's not good to talk about green or red.
Thank you. Let me conclude this session by thanking all four panelists. They made very substantive remarks, freely, candidly, and I believe we all benefited from that. So please give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Agar आगाज ये है तो अंजाम क्या होगा? I think this was an outstanding session, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for the Honorable Chair and the esteemed speakers. May I please have on stage Vice Chief of the Army Staff, Lieutenant General M.V. Suchindra Kumar, AVSM, YSM and BAR VSM. I request you, sir, to please join us on the dais and present mementos to the Honorable Chair and the esteemed speakers. We thank Ambassador Ashok K. Kanta. A round of applause as appreciation, ladies and gentlemen. We thank Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma. Many thanks to Ambassador Shamsher M. Chaudhary. Thank you very much, Mr. Asanga Bayagunasekara. And thank you to Mr. Chiranjang Thapa. I request you all to please come together for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, this was the first session at Chanakya Defense Dialogue. Neighborhood First, the South Asia Prognosis. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, George Bernard Shaw had once said that there is no greater love than the love for food. Well, there are greater loves, but the love for food would be the safest one. What I'm trying to tell you all is that good and hot lunch is served and ready and waiting for all of you, but we want all of you back in 50 minutes in your seats, please. That would make it 2:50, if you please. Can I please have you all back in the seats? I stand. I've been told to say 2:50. We are running slightly behind schedule, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to catch up, so please do join us in this hall, the Ashoka Hall, in 50 minutes from now. Thank you very much.
check, देखो, check, hello. Check, hello, hello, hello.
चेक 1 2 3 4
इसमें अब आपको बढ़ाना पड़ेगा वहाँ से।
साउंड चेक हेलो 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 हेलो चेक 1 2 3 4 डन डिले आ रहा है तो चेक 1 2 3 4 हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग 1 2 3 4 साउंड चेक साउंड चेक साउंड चेक साउंड चेक यहाँ से इको मार रहा मतलब वो तो अलग से आवाज निकल रही है ओवर 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 खुला हुआ है डिले भी है अभी सही है साउंड check 1 2 3 4 okay thank you done
Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check. Welcome to Chanakya Defense Dialogue. Check, sound check, 1, 2, 3. Check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check. This is a sound check, 1, 2, 3. Oh, clean है भाई साहब. बहुत बढ़िया. इनको बुलाना था बस उधर से. नहीं. Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check. This is a sound check, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sound check. ये लगाना पड़ेगा. हाँ. This is a sound. करने लगा. एक ये लगा दो, नहीं लगा दो. इनकी केबल जो आ रही है इसमें डालो फटाफट से और इससे आउट ले लो. है ना दोस्त? ये होगा ना? एक छोटी पैच केबल होगी. ऑडियो इधर से इधर कर लो.
हेलो हेलो हेलो.
सर एक छोटा ऑडियो केबल दे दोगे? हैं? एक छोटी ऑडियो केबल दे दो सर.
हेलो हेलो हेलो. हेलो 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 माइक टेस्ट. हेलो माइक टेस्ट.
Check, check, check. अभी रुको. Check, check, check. हमने उनको मेल दिए ना. Check.
Check, sound check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Sound test. Embedded वाला ठीक आ रहा था? Embedded sound was better. Check करो अभी. Check, sound check. This is a sound test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sound check. Test, sound test. Test, 1, 2, 3. Hello? Gaurav, आपका headphone की तार खिंच गई is a different thing. Audio level is coming. It's coming in your recording even. Check, sound check. भाई साहब, हाँ जी, उस्ताद जी, रमेश जी, सुनो ना, एक बात समझाओ जिंदगी में, ये सिंगल चैनल क्यों आ रहा है? जब भी हम साउंड चेक कर रहे हैं आपके एंड से, ये सिंगल चैनल क्यों आ रहा है? हाँ तो मैट्रिक्स दिया होगा ना, कि लेफ्ट राइट दिया है कुछ? क्यों? हमने उधर भी लिया हुआ है आपसे, एक ही सिंगल लिया हुआ है, स्टीरियो आ रहा है भाई साहब. सब बना रखे जी. ये देखो पैचिंग होके स्टीरियो निकल रही है. इसको तो कर लो बंद.
and enjoyed interacting with each other. While all of you are settling down, I'd like to share with you all that this indeed is the most wonderful convention facility here in the heart of Delhi, and it's been named after the legendary, as we call him, Sam Bahadur. There he is, Sam Bahadur. In fact, a film very soon is going to be releasing on him, a major motion picture having been produced by a Bombay film house. Looking forward to that. We still await many of our esteemed delegates to join us. I think in another minute or so, we'd attempt to begin. So welcome back. Let's head straight into the next session of the day, Indo-Pacific, the decisive frontier. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, as I introduce this session, as I preempt this session, I can't help but recall that a very well-received speech by the then Japanese Prime Minister, the late Shinzo Abe, called The Confluence of Two Seas, that he rendered to the Indian Parliament in the year 2007. Back then, it was the popular notion that it was that speech that propelled New Delhi's Indo-Pacific policy discussions. In a more serious way, over the last few years, we've seen great winds of geopolitical change sweep Asia. And here we are. The Indo-Pacific has become a focal point of global economics, security, and diplomacy. In fact, probably has become the prime center for deciding what the future of the existing global order will be, and why not? Half of the world's population lives in this region. I'm delighted to invite on stage the chair of this session, Admiral Sunil Lamba, retired, former Chief of Naval Staff. He's also Chairman of the National Maritime Foundation and Chairman of the Chief of Staff's Committee. Good afternoon, sir. A very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together in a warm round of applause and welcome him on the dais, the Honorable Chair of this session. He will be joined by respected panelists, Vice Admiral Amarullah Octavian from Indonesia. Good afternoon, sir. Very warm welcome to you too. I'm delighted to welcome on stage Ms. Lida Curtis from the US. Good afternoon, ma'am. Let's welcome her with a warm round of applause. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. And please welcome on stage Mr. Saurabh Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, at the conference, we were tempted to try something that is more and more becoming international convention at conferences, of displaying profiles and bios of our esteemed panelists and speakers. I hope you all are paying attention to the slides on the screen. I now hand the session over to the Honorable Chair.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a tough task to follow up after lunch. I hope I and my co-panelists will be able to keep you awake in the next hour or so. A lot what I wanted to say was covered by Mr. Gokhale. But you'll all agree with me that there is little dispute over the assertion that the world today is characterized by multi-layered, multifaceted diversities from political, demographic, economic, environmental, and strategic viewpoints. We are also living in a period of strategic uncertainty, manifesting itself in complex interplay between nations across multiple domains. In my opinion, there are two words that define the prevailing security situation, and these are unstable and uncertain. This instability and uncertainty that we are witnessing today is a fallout of the transition which the world is going through at the moment, post the Cold War, from a bipolar to a unipolar world, and now transiting towards a multipolar world. We are facing increasing global disorders characterized by declining and long-standing rule-based international orders, creating a security environment that is more complex and volatile than any we have experienced in recent memory. Interstate strategic competition is now a primary concern for the globe at large. An increasingly complex global security environment which is characterized by overt challenges to the free and open international order and the reemergence of long-standing strategic competition between nations. There are three important strategic trends, in my opinion, which are driving the world today. First is the ongoing power transition and diffusion. As the economic and technological power of China rises, it is starting to rival the United States, especially in the Indo-Pacific region. A crucial question is whether the current institutions, mechanisms and norms of international system can adapt to accommodate this shifting power of balance. We are already seeing that disputes are getting more difficult to resolve, and these could escalate into conflicts. And the UN system is particularly not effective and failing. As global power becomes more contested, it will become harder to forge international binding treaties, and non-compliance and subversions of international laws are likely to increase. You take the UNCLOS. It's a prime example. You have signatories like China who regularly flouted and interpreted rules to its advantage. United States, which is not a signatory to UNCLOS, abides by its rules-based order. The next trend pertains to increasing competition, giving the increasing quest for resources, particularly in the global commons. Essentially, the question is for us, would the increasing resource aspirations lead to more intra-state and interstate conflicts? If yes, we need to prepare for these scenarios and mitigate their potential implications on global as well as regional peace and security. And lastly, as increasing competition, there is wide scope of regional instability. As is being seen around the world, the ability of individuals and groups to have a larger impact than ever before, politically, militarily, economically, and India and Indian and the Pacific Ocean in his famous 2007 speech to the Indian Parliament titled Confluence of the Two Seas. Over the years, the term has slowly gained popularity over the past decade as a means of redefining the geostrategic boundaries of Asia-Pacific. Rather than posting a sharp division between Indian and the Pacific Ocean or between South and East Asia, the Indo-Pacific encourages the conceptualization of the supra-region as a unitary, interconnected geostrategic space. The Indo-Pacific region has emerged as a global center of gravity, whether in terms of economic interaction, demographics, transnational security challenges, or the strategic balance. Unhindered flow of maritime trade through the Indo-Pacific region is one of the primary security concerns for the large number of global energy consumers which are there in the Indo-Pacific. Most of them are net importers of energy, including us. From the maritime security perspective, the unprecedented development of the Indo-Pacific could not have been possible in an insulated environment. The region's critical role in the prime mover of global economic progress makes it a strategically important agenda for regional as well as extra-regional powers. Further, the current flux in great power relations and a historic shift of power in Asia is in compelling states to rethink their strategic geography, reimage the national policies, strengthen regional institutions, and reinforce the rule-based order. Indo-Pacific also emphasizes the increasing vital role of the Indian Ocean as both as a conduit for global trade and emerging arena of competition. Honorable Prime Minister Sri Modi laid down India's definition of Indo-Pacific during his famous June 2000 speech at the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore, where he explained both India's view of the idea geographically as a space extending from the shores of Africa to that of the Americas, and conceptually in the term of inclusiveness, openness, and the centrality of ASEAN. The geopolitical significance of the Indo-Pacific region has grown in recent years for a number of economic, political, and other reasons. And the main reason for this is the rise of China in all its dimensions. The region today is home to the top 10 economies and has emerged as one of the fastest growing regions in the world. Riding on a wave of globalization, several countries of the region have emerged as global powerhouses in manufacturing as well as the service sector, contributing to about 60% of global GDP. The economic drivers is shaping the political landscape of the region with far-reaching security and strategic implications for the region and the globe at large. The region is also home to the 10 largest standing armies in the world, 7 of the top 10 countries in terms of global military expenditure, and the rise of military power of the region, especially China, has come to complicate security calculus in many ways for all the nations residing in the Indo-Pacific. The seaways of the Indo-Pacific host a major share of international trade, hydrocarbon, bulk, and container traffic. The sea lanes of Indian Ocean alone is transited more by 100,000 ships or a lakh each year. Unhindered flow of maritime trade to the Indo-Pacific thus assumes tremendous significance for the entire world. The growing military aspiration of China and the maritime path followed by China can be seen in its various defense papers published by China. An analysis of the 11 white papers, especially the paper on military strategy, endorses the fact that China's stand has been consistent in its pursuit of maritime supremacy. Its influence on global shipping market is substantial. China has the largest navy numerically, the largest coast guard, the largest maritime militia, and the largest fishing fleet in the world. It controls 20% of world's container fleet. It has constructed more than 42% of global shipping last year. And by 2030, Chinese companies are expected to own more than 25% of global merchant ships, ensuring continuous supply of raw material and delivery for its manufacturing goods throughout the world. The insecurity of China vis-a-vis its lock is quite palpable. China also seeks a larger role for herself in the Indo-Pacific and the world. She wants to be the regional hegemon in the Indo-Pacific. It seeks to equate itself with the United States and has named its principal threats as the United States, Japan, the activities in the South China Sea by other nations, terrorist activities in East Turkmenistan, and separated tendencies in Tibet. However, we must also remember that unification with Taiwan will always be one of its main national interests after the first tasking of the PLA, which is to ensure the survival of the Communist Party of China within China itself. Thus, the focus on local wars under informationalized conditions in the maritime context, China would pursue a policy of active defense by shaping a favorable strategic environment while maintaining deterrence and defense posture. Having had a free run for the first 15 years of this century, the focus of nations by large have now shifted to the Indo-Pacific. We have a number of countries which have come out with the Indo-Pacific strategy, including the EU. And so there is now, like Mr. Gokhale said in the morning, choices have to be made by nations residing in the Indo-Pacific. But we also have to remember that China is the second largest economy in the world. The next, Japan, Germany, India, UK, and France put together, the Chinese economy is larger than that. With this as a outset, we'll now lay the context of what we're going to look at the Indo-Pacific and the future will hold. And I'll request Admiral Octavian to deliver.
Thank you, Admiral Sunil. Yes. It's okay for the presentation? Okay. So, good afternoon, distinguished Indian Vice Chief of Army Staff, and also all respected speakers, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to thank to the committee for inviting me to this international forum as the speaker in this session. It is my pleasure to deliver my presentation entitled The Role of Indonesia on Indo-Pacific Dynamic. So this is my short bio, and this is also some books as the references of my presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the strategic environment development is dominated by geopolitical turmoil, as we know as well, in various parts of the world. Since last year, the world has been shocked by the Russia-Ukraine war. The war has also dragged other countries to support each of the warring states. NATO member states and the European Union are supporting Ukraine, while China and North Korea are showing support for Russia. The conflict between Hamas and Israel is also heating up in the Middle East. Hamas attacks were responded by Israeli military operation and the siege of Gaza, which resulted in a humanitarian crisis. The arrival of the President of the United States and its warship signaled strong support for Israel, while some Arab countries showed their intent to help Hamas. In addition to those war and conflict, the world population is also experiencing the phenomenon of climate change. Humans have forgotten their obligation to preserve nature for decades. Fossil fuel emission, industrial waste, and various kinds of pollution have resulted in global warming. Forest fire and drought have caused food and water scarcity. Coupled with the increasing world population, the need for food, clean water, and energy is becoming increasingly high. On the other hand, technological progress is unstoppable. Artificial intelligence, big data, and unmanned system technologies have changed the government structure and people lifestyle. Human interaction with various advanced technology give birth to new value and culture. Technological progress has positive and negative side for mankind. Transnational organized crime harness various advanced technologies to conduct cyber crimes. Militaries also harness this technology to carry out cyber attack. Many countries are competing in using advanced technology to achieve their national interests. Ladies and gentlemen, for certain countries, the definition of Indo-Pacific is geographically more focused on the eastern part of the Indian Ocean to the western part of the Pacific Ocean. Meanwhile, India and Indonesia share the same view that the geographical boundaries of the Indo-Pacific are the entire Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean. These differences of view result in differing geographical coverage of countries within these geographic boundaries. For Indonesia and India, countries in the Indo-Pacific span from countries in Africa to Latin America, including South Pacific countries. In 2013, Indonesian Foreign Minister Martin Natalegawa presented the concept of Indo-Pacific region in Washington, United States, which was subsequently affirmed in the Global Maritime Fulcrum Vision presented by President Joko Widodo in 2014. Indonesia's interest in the Indo-Pacific is for the region to be an ecosystem of peace, stability, and shared prosperity. Political, economic, and cultural cooperation with all countries in the Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean region is Indonesia's national interest in the Indo-Pacific. Meanwhile, ASEAN views the Indo-Pacific region as an extension of the Asia-Pacific region in the context of interstate and interregional organization cooperation. ASEAN view is also still more directed toward cooperation on land aspect rather than cooperation in managing the ocean. However, all ASEAN member states agree that the Indo-Pacific region is currently and will still be the center of world economic growth in the future. Indonesia encourages ASEAN and all countries in the Indo-Pacific region to provide a greater share in managing the ocean. Indonesia encourages ASEAN to build various transportation infrastructure to connect land and sea. Indonesia plays an important role in maintaining the balance of natural resources exploration and exploitation on land and sea. The ocean is the future of humanity. The ocean is the source of life for all humans, from food source, water source, to energy source. Ladies and gentlemen, the current dynamic of the Indo-Pacific are characterized by various traditional and non-traditional threats. The combination of this threat characteristic is now also known as hybrid threat. Comprehensive security discusses our joint effort to overcome traditional threat, non-traditional threat, and hybrid threat in the Indo-Pacific region. Traditionally, the Indo-Pacific region has been characterized by various interstate conflicts that still remain until now. The Russia-Japan conflict over the Kuril Island, the Japan-Korea conflict over Takashima or Dokdo Island, and the Japan-China conflict over Senkaku or Diaoyu Island, the Korean Peninsula conflict, the South China Sea conflict, and the Taiwan conflict are some of the existing conflicts in the region. Various existing conflicts have the potential to become open war, like in Ukraine. Disputes over territory and natural resources are believed to be the background to the outbreak of war. Apart from the interstate conflict, there are also intrastate conflicts in the Indo-Pacific region. Moro separatism in the Philippines, Patani separatism in Thailand, Papuan separatism in Indonesia, and several other separatist movements still exist. Differences in ideology and religion are two important motifs that trigger separatism. Armed separatist movement can endanger the stability and security of a country and can also have a widespread impact on several neighboring countries. Traditional threats also come from transnational organized crime. as the most populous region in the world, Indo-Pacific region is a target for illicit drug trafficking. Unknown submarines have been several times detected crossing the ocean, smuggling narcotics in very large quantities. Terrorism also remains a threat to all countries. There are quite a lot of reasons for the possibility of new form of narco-terrorism emerging. A non-traditional threat that is most felt today is the threat to the environment. Global warming causes polar ice to melt, resulting in rising sea level. Many island countries in the South Pacific are in danger of being sunk. Many countries are trying to reduce greenhouse gas emission. The Republic of Indonesia plays an important role with more than 31% carbon reduction target through its own capability mechanism by 2030. At the last G20 summit, the Republic of Indonesia played an important role in producing the latest enhanced national determined contribution as a positive contribution to the international community. The COVID-19 pandemic remains a consideration as a health threat that could hit the world at any time, including the Indo-Pacific region. The experience of COVID-19 shows that all countries are not prepared to tackle the rapid spread of the virus. Limited health personnel and medical equipment are felt in several countries in the Indo-Pacific region. Several countries in the Indo-Pacific region also face the threat of maritime pollution. Plastic waste is the biggest threat to the fish breeding cycle in the sea. Recently, discoveries show that many fish have consumed plastic, so these fish are very dangerous for human consumption. In addition, toxic waste and other hazardous waste are widely dumped into the sea. The combination of traditional and non-traditional threat can form a hybrid threat. The use of infectious viruses in conventional warfare and all the consequences should be prevented. Infectious viruses are a non-traditional threat, while conventional warfare is a traditional threat. So, does the use of toxic waste to replace mine in conducting naval blockade. Hybrid threat can also occur in the form of cyber threat at sea. Cyber threat can attack all maritime vehicles and all aircraft over the sea. All computer network and communication network to control all activities at sea can be interrupted and or paralyzed. Using artificial intelligence technology, transnational organized crime can carry out cyber crimes and cyber attack simultaneously. Ladies and gentlemen, the world geo-economic and geopolitical center of gravity is shifting from the transatlantic region to the Indo-Pacific region. Geographically, Indonesia is located between two continents, Asia and Australia, and two oceans, Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean. Its geographical position at this intersection is very strategic from a political and economic perspective. The three Indonesian archipelagic sea lanes that connect to ocean are very important international shipping route for world trade traffic. Indonesia's position as the global maritime fulcrum open up opportunities for Indonesia to build regional and international cooperation for shared prosperity. The development agenda to realize the global maritime fulcrum consists of 5 main pillars. First, rebuilding Indonesia's maritime culture. Second, protecting and managing maritime wealth for the benefit of the people. The third, developing and building of maritime infrastructure and connectivity. Fourth, developing maritime diplomacy. And the fifth, building maritime defense strength. The Indonesian government has built many new ports as hubs for national and international shipping routes from 2014 until now, including a port in the new capital in East Kalimantan. In the following period, many facilities and infrastructure were built to support the operationalization of new port and new industrial center. This development program also invited many private companies to build various shipyards and new ships. Ladies and gentlemen, maritime security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region is a key factor in the success of various maritime development programs. The Republic of Indonesia, with its global maritime fulcrum vision that is integrated with India Act its policy and various maritime programs of other countries in the Indo-Pacific region, is believed to be capable of uniting regional interests to achieve shared prosperity. Indonesia and India Maritime Development Cooperation can invite maritime security cooperation from all countries in the Indo-Pacific region. The opportunity is not only to ensure the smooth running of maritime development, but also to prevent all maritime threats. Maritime security cooperation between law enforcement agencies can be aimed at implementing coordinated maritime operation in the territorial water of each participating state. Coordinated maritime patrol can last for 20 hours with patrol schedule division pattern for each participating country according to the agreed period. Cooperation among government agencies is primarily aimed at supporting cooperation between maritime law enforcement agencies and at the same time maritime development collaboration among countries in the Indo-Pacific region. Intergovernmental cooperation can be aimed at supporting the coordinated maritime patrol operationalization. Maritime cooperation is also aimed at overcoming pollution at sea. Cooperation among government agencies in the maritime sector can also encourage participation of government agencies and other fields. It even encourages creativity and innovation in government agencies and the maritime industry sector, as well as academic at various universities. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, the Republic of Indonesia play an important role in overcoming various forms of threat within comprehensive security while offering various opportunities for maritime cooperation. Indonesia foreign policy is aimed at reducing various conflict escalation in the Indo-Pacific region. Both unilaterally and multilaterally within ASEAN, the Republic of Indonesia always encourage effort to resolve conflict that occur in the Indo-Pacific region. The Republic of Indonesia also conduct a lot of research to increase the potential of the Indo-Pacific region in overcoming global warming. The Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, which cover the majority of Indo-Pacific region, are important variables that greatly influence climate change. It is believed that good treatment of the two oceans can amplify the potential to absorb carbon dioxide while producing oxygen in massive quantities naturally. Research is also being carried out to utilize the abundant seawater from the melted polar ice for producing clean water through massive desalination technology. I thank you.
Thank you, Admiral. Over to you, Ms. Curtis. You have 15 minutes to make your remarks.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here today. I'd like to thank Lieutenant General Rajaswar and Claus and acknowledge the Vice Chief of Army Staff, and thank you both for inviting me here today to speak. And thank you, Admiral Lamba, for your comments and for moderating today. So the Indo-Pacific region, sorry about that. The Indo-Pacific region has become the central theater in the competition between the United States and China.
And Washington is seeking to foster overlapping networks of partnerships, alliances, minilateral and multilateral groupings, all with the goal of bringing about a stable regional order. This involves enhancing deterrence, preventing conflict, maintaining free and open seaways, and protecting the sovereignty and independence of the nations of the region. The partnerships that the United States is building are indeed catalyzing cooperation to deal with challenges like maritime security and gray zone activity, creating new and resilient supply chains, developing and deploying cutting-edge technologies, and protecting trade and energy flows. These partnerships are building what I like to call a networked security architecture, or some people call a lattice work of security partnerships. So one of the central groupings and pillars of the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy is strengthening the Quad and making it the premier regional grouping in the region. And the Quad indeed will help promote a liberal order in the Indo-Pacific, deterring conflict and advancing prosperity. Though not a military pact, the Quad is really about four powerful democracies coming together with a shared vision and pooling their resources and capabilities to realize that vision. And the Quad's collective work on issues like technology, maritime security, critical minerals, and other issues is really part of a broader effort to ensure that the democratic powers are meeting the challenges in the region and shaping the future of that region. And as Admiral Lamba mentioned, to really understand the Quad's origins, we have to go back about 15 years, and we have to remember the late Shinzo Abe. He was the one who, going back to 2006, really pushed to include India in the trilateral security talks that were already taking place between Japan, Australia, and the United States. He was the one who proposed this idea of a quadrilateral security dialogue. And it was because Abe was convinced that India, as a maritime power and a democracy, had an integral role to play in shaping the Indo-Pacific. And he himself coined that phrase, Indo-Pacific. So it is right that so many of us are mentioning him when we're talking about the Indo-Pacific. We simply wouldn't be using that phrase if it weren't for Shinzo Abe. So during the Trump administration, when I served at the National Security Council, the Quad was revived. Of course, it had met one time back in 2007. China reacted badly, accused the Quad members of trying to contain China, and for various reasons, changes in leadership in the countries, all four countries backed away from the Quad. But it was revived in 2017 and began to meet every 6 months at the bureaucratic level, the Assistant Secretary, Director General level, and was getting things done and accomplishing quite a bit. And of course, now the Quad meets annually at the leader level and has established over a dozen working groups. And the same as it did 16 years ago, China continues to object to the Quad, alleging that it's become an Asian NATO and an anti-China alliance that is creating a new Cold War era. This is what China alleges. So one area that I think the Quad needs to pay more attention to is that of mineral supplies, critical mineral supplies, which are necessary for supporting the green energy transition. Critical minerals are foundational to this transition to renewable sources of energy. Minerals such as copper, nickel, cobalt, lithium, and rare earth elements are all necessary for things like wind turbines, solar panels, electric vehicles. But China controls 2/3 of the global supply of critical minerals and is responsible for about 80% of global processing of these minerals. And Beijing is already starting to exercise its leverage over global mineral supplies, as demonstrated by the recent decision to control the export of gallium and germanium. This is not the first time that Beijing has restricted the export of critical minerals. It suspended the export of rare earths to Tokyo over a maritime dispute back in 2010. So it's my belief that the Quad must take this issue head on. The establishment of the Mineral Security Partnership last year, of which India has now joined, as well as the Quad announcement of a clean energy supply chain initiative this past May, are all good steps heading in the right direction. But the issue simply must be addressed with a greater sense of urgency. So India, of course, plays a critical role in helping to maintain a stable and secure Indo-Pacific. And the U.S. has prioritized building ties with India, and we saw this in the landmark visit the Prime Minister Modi made to Washington in June, where the two sides announced initiatives to build technology and defense cooperation. And then President Biden's visit to India for the G20 in September was a further demonstration of U.S. confidence in India as an emerging global leader and in acting as a bridge between the developed and developing world. Another significant development in the Indo-Pacific region that is reshaping deterrence in this vital region is Japan's new prioritization of defense and security. Japan's national security strategy and its national defense strategy that were announced last December herald this new era of focusing on defense and building up Japan's defense capabilities. And it really does reflect Japan's growing concern about how the security landscape is evolving in the Indo-Pacific. Japan has been clear about the need to protect Taiwan from intensifying military intimidation and coercion by China, especially after the August 2022 Chinese military exercises in the Taiwan Strait, during which missiles landed in Japan's exclusive economic zone. And Russia's invasion of Ukraine has further raised alarm bells within Japan about similar aggression happening in the Indo-Pacific region. And it's motivating Japan to take a more proactive role in building up its own defenses and working more closely with other nations to deter aggression. So another country of focus for the United States has been the Philippines, strategically located near Taiwan and providing a thoroughfare for 30% of global maritime trade. The annual U.S.-Philippines military exercises called Balikatan, or Shoulder to Shoulder, that took place in April 2023 expanded from 9,000 troops to 18,000 military personnel, marking the largest joint military exercise ever between them. And in May, President Marcos visited the White House, where he and President Biden announced the adoption of bilateral defense guidelines to deepen their cooperation. The guidelines reaffirm that an attack on any public Philippines vessel, including the Coast Guard, would invoke mutual defense commitments of their 1951 Mutual Defense Treaty. So one of the reasons behind the strengthening of the U.S.-Philippines alliance is due to recent Chinese gray zone activities against the Philippines. When I say gray zone activities, of course, I'm referring to activities that are designed to intimidate and coerce, but fall below that threshold of provoking conflict. These include things like deploying maritime militias, which are swarms of vessels disguised as fishing vessels, but with the intent to intimidate and coerce. Use of water cannons, lasering vessels to blind and intimidate them, sailing too close, even bumping or colliding with vessels. And the Philippines has, of course, been victim to this kind of aggression. We saw it in February when the Chinese trained a military-grade laser on a Philippines Coast Guard vessel. We saw it again in August when China fired water cannons at a Philippines vessel trying to resupply one of its outposts. And just 2 weeks ago, Chinese and Philippines Coast Guard vessels collided in the South China Sea. So, you know, these maritime disputes could potentially draw in the United States. And despite the risk that the tensions could further escalate, Washington must stand firmly behind Manila. Because Beijing is not only testing Manila's resolve, it's also testing the resolve of Washington. It's seeking to determine whether the Middle East crisis is distracting U.S. attention away from the Indo-Pacific. Vietnam is yet another example of a country that is enhancing its ties with the United States, probably largely because of Chinese maritime bullying. Vietnam recently agreed to upgrade ties with the United States to a comprehensive strategic partnership. This is significant because what we see are China's actions are driving the Southeast Asian nations closer to the United States. And it's important that the United States remains closely engaged with these countries, shows these countries that it has their backs and will be there to partner with them. So I just have a couple minutes left. Let me say a few words about AUKUS, the Australia, UK, US agreement, which is another critical building block in the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy. Through the AUKUS partnership, these three nations are combining strategic defense capabilities to better compete with Russia and China. Pillar 1 of the agreement pledges that they will build a minimum of 8 nuclear-powered submarines for Australia, while Pillar 2 calls for cooperation on a range of new weapon systems and defense technologies to enhance their collective defense capabilities, whether it be in cyber, AI, quantum computing, electronic warfare, or undersea warfare. So AUKUS is really just the newest part of a multifaceted approach to winning the technology development race against China by pooling resources and integrating capabilities. Now, there are obstacles to moving forward with the AUKUS agreement. In the United States, some U.S. congressional members are worried about the United States' own defense industrial base in building submarines for the United States, let alone providing some of these Virginia-class submarines to Australia. And on the Australian side, they've shown that the costs to Australian taxpayers for this program are estimated at between $270 billion and $370 billion over 3 decades. So certainly this is an agreement that's going to take a long time to implement. There are obstacles to cross, but it is so critical to maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific and having Australia contribute to deterrence in the region. So let me just end by saying a couple words about U.S.-China relations. China is seeking to marginalize U.S. influence in the region and increasingly deny the U.S. access to international sea lanes and airways. China is also seeking to establish technological dominance in the region and control the information space. And if you have not read a report recently released by the United States State Department, the Global Engagement Center on Chinese influence operations, I highly recommend you do so. It explains how China has made inroads into countries like Sri Lanka, as we heard earlier, and it kind of spells out how they've been able to do that, how they've been able to manipulate the information environment and coerce these countries. So competing with China requires Washington not only to invest in its own technological and defense capabilities, but also to work closely with allies and partners, how I've just spelled out. And, you know, in the end, U.S.-China competition need not lead to conflict. And that is why the planned meeting between President Biden and President Xi on the fringes of the APEC summit in about 2 weeks' time is so critical. No one expects there to be major breakthroughs in this meeting, and of course U.S.-China competition will persist for a long time to come, but these kinds of meetings are important. It's important to keep that line of communication open so that ultimately the competition does not devolve into conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. Over to you, Kumar.
Thank you very much, Admiral Saab. I was in Singapore last month accompanying the foreign minister, and we had our regional head of missions conference out there. And we met one of the Singaporean persons who had served in the armed forces, and he addressed us. And he said that he's a soldier, he would talk straight. And for all of us, it was a refreshing change. Here I'm addressing uniformed personnel. I'm a diplomat by background, so do bear with me. It's my pleasure to share my thoughts on the theme Indo-Pacific, the decisive frontier. Indo-Pacific's geostrategic underpinnings and its historic context are perhaps best and most succinctly described in External Affairs Minister's book, The India Way, in Chapter 8, which is titled The Pacific Indian. Those of you who have not read this chapter, please do read the chapter, particularly the first few pages. I think there is a depth of insight there. The term today has gained global salience. It shapes and is shaped by the geopolitical discourses. Suffice to say here that many of those who were initially hesitant in its usage are coming around. Of course, it is natural for us to look at the Indo-Pacific through our own lenses, and our nuances are captured in our respective Indo-Pacific strategies. What is important, though, is that today an increasing number of countries and regional entities have come out with the Indo-Pacific strategies, which highlights the importance of the Indo-Pacific as a strategic construct. So why is the Indo-Pacific important? First, Indo-Pacific is an economic powerhouse where some of the world's largest and most influential economies, including US, China, Japan, India, and Australia, to name a few, reside. This was mentioned by the Admiral also. It is an engine of global growth, trade, technology, and innovation. Second, Indo-Pacific is critical for global peace, security, and stability. The region faces serious challenges ranging from geopolitical competition, territorial and maritime disputes, to other traditional and non-traditional threats. We define Indo-Pacific region as extending from the eastern shores of Africa to the western shores of America. It is an increasingly seamless space, home to 65% of global population, contributing 63% of world's GDP and 60% of global maritime trade. India's Indo-Pacific vision is a natural progression of its Look East and later Act East policy and the Sagar doctrine, that is security and growth for all in the region, articulated by Prime Minister in 2015. It is reflective of India's growing global trade and economic engagement and its increasing geopolitical footprint. It puts aside the limiting geographical confines and provides us a wider canvas. It is an outcome of more distributive global power structure, which includes China's rise, India's emergence, and rebalancing between China and the US. For us, Indo-Pacific is, in its widest sense, reflective of India's growth and emergence as the fifth largest economy, development of its infrastructure, including roads, ports, and airports, its various programs, including Make in India, and efforts to become a manufacturing hub, also for technology products, its Atmanirbhar approach, and overall, its growing global significance. To pursue these objectives, we envision an Indo-Pacific which is free, open, and peaceful, one which is built on the rules-based international order with sustainable and transparent infrastructure investment, freedom of navigation and overflight, unimpeded lawful commerce, mutual respect for sovereignty, and peaceful resolution of disputes. Indo-Pacific thus is a symbol of evolving global order, one characterized by multipolarity and need for cooperation. It is not merely a geographic region, but a critical space for building partnerships, enhancing connectivity, and fostering collaborations, whether in ensuring freedom of navigation or countering transnational threats or promoting sustainable development. Prime Minister announced the Sagar Doctrine in 2015. At the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore in 2018, he articulated his vision for the Indo-Pacific as a natural region with ASEAN centrality, wherein two large bodies of waters, the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, flow in a seamless continuity. Subsequently, at the 2019 East Asia Summit in Bangkok, he announced the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, or IPOI. IPOI focuses on collaborative effort to better manage, conserve, sustain, and secure the maritime domain. It envisages 7 pillars of cooperation, and I will very quickly name them: maritime security, maritime ecology, maritime resources, capacity building and resource sharing, disaster risk reduction and management, science, technology and academic cooperation, trade connectivity, and maritime transport. IPOI has synergy with ASEAN's own outlook on Indo-Pacific. We are glad that countries are taking interest in the IPOI, and several countries have expressed their interest to us in lead these pillars which I have just mentioned. And these countries are Australia, Japan, Indonesia, France, Singapore, and United Kingdom. Quad is a prominent platform that addresses contemporary challenges and opportunities in the Indo-Pacific. Ms. Curtis has already spoken about it. I would just say a few more words. It has in recent years been meeting at the highest level. We had a summit in Tokyo a few months ago. That itself is an indication of how substantive the work this particular platform is doing. The energies of the Quad are directed on a very broad set of activities ranging from maritime safety and security, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, cybersecurity, critical and emerging technologies, connectivity, to education, health, and even space. The role of the Quad in the delivery of public goods is also very significant, and COVID vaccines is one example in this domain. We are confident that the entire Indo-Pacific region will benefit from its will benefit from its activities, and that is validated by the growing recognition of its importance. There are also other mechanisms, initiatives, and processes in the Indo-Pacific. On the economic side, the Indo-Pacific Economic Forum is a significant development. It is progressing amongst its 14 members to give concrete shape to its 4 pillars related to supply chains, a very important issue, trade, clean economy, and fair economy. Another interesting effort is the Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative that concentrates on maritime safety, IUU fishing, and consequences of natural disasters. Oceans and seas have deeply influenced India's history and will shape its destiny as well. Today, 90% of our trade by volume takes place through seas. We have a coastline of 7,500 kilometers, 1,200 islands, and 2.4 million square kilometers of exclusive economic zone. With a long maritime tradition and a wide maritime footprint, it is but natural for India to have extensive stakes in the peace, stability, and security of the oceans around it. When India looks at the Indo-Pacific, the Indian Ocean is first in its line of sight. Last month, India took over the vice chairship of IORA, which is the body of Indian Ocean littoral states, and we will take on the chairship after 2 years. So for the next 6 years, as vice chair, chair, and part of the Troika, India would be very closely associated with IORA. In his address to the Council of Ministers, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar emphasized India's commitment to further strengthen the organization, including its institutional, financial, and legal framework. He reiterated India's role as the first responder and a net security provider. BIMSTEC, the other regional body centered around Bay of Bengal, during its summit last year, adopted its charter, formalizing summits every 2 years. Efforts are on to further expand its work, including in areas of connectivity and the maritime domain. Our relationship with ASEAN was elevated to a comprehensive strategic partnership last year. ASEAN's centrality is an integral part of our Indo-Pacific vision, and India has extended support to the strengthening of ASEAN mechanisms, including the East Asia Summit platform. Earlier this year, we held the first India-ASEAN maritime exercise. Prime Minister co-chaired the meeting with Pacific Island countries, country leaders at Port Moresby in May this year, and announced several new initiatives reflective of our historical and people-to-people ties with that part of the world. We are committed to working with the Pacific Island countries towards their 2050 strategy. These regional groupings are also working to develop interconnected linkages. Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, or IONS, has an important role to play in the region, as does interactions between navies and the exercises they do in different formats to develop capacities and interoperability. The world today is more interconnected than ever before and would remain so despite measures to deglobalize on certain fronts. The progress in technological development is galloping ahead, bringing mankind conveniences, but also throwing up challenges. The challenge of a more closely knitted world were seen during COVID-19 pandemic, and we are also witnessing these emanating from the two conflicts in Europe and the Middle East. I mentioned this to make two larger points. One, theaters of geopolitical attention will keep emerging, but they should not distract us from the challenges we face in the Indo-Pacific. Two, at the same time, I'm not comfortable with the terminology decisive. I think this again is a gathering of uniformed people, so the decisive frontier kind of rings a bell. Decisive has to it a sense of conclusivity, finality about it. I rather prefer it to be criticality or preponderance, which is likely to remain associated with Indo-Pacific in the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. We have about 15 odd minutes for questions, and I throw the house open. Please state your name and who your question is addressed to. And please ask your question, no long-winded comments, please.
Yeah, I'm Majal Chakravarti. My question is to Miss Lisa Curtis. I think we are in a world of transition, and gone are the NATOs and all these alliances. We are in groupings. You beautifully described Quad. It was an ornamental and a literary description. But I think Quad is very weak right now. Australia, as you rightly said, has nothing. It's got, you know what it has. It doesn't have the nuclear submarines. Japan has a self-defense force. You're left with two, US, in Korea, Japan, and in the Pacific, and India. Don't you think we need a Quad Plus with Vietnam, which you correctly said, possibly including Cameron as a logistic, a LMOA being signed, so that this Chinese vision of, dual employment, where everybody is a soldier and everybody is a civilian, can be very well articulated in the new dimension? Your views, please.
Thank you.
Couple of questions together. Yeah, behind.
Warm regards to all the speakers. My name is Ujjwal, and I'm a graduate from Department of Slavonic and Finno-Ugrian Studies, University of Delhi. And right now, I am the Chief Executive Officer of a quantum tech startup, Quantum Shift, and we are working for some solutions for Ministry of Defense. So my question to Ms. Lisa Kickard is that Quad has shown us significant potential in maritime security, and me as a researcher who has a background in Arctic research, I was recently in the northern side of the Russian Arctic zone, and the Chinese influence has been becoming a significant point of concern for us as being an observer, and America is playing a major role in the Russian Arctic Council. What do you think that the emerging Northern Sea route plays a significant role for the maritime security in the Arctic region, and how can India and US collaborate for the same? Thank you.
Any other question on the Quad?
Excuse me.
Okay, Kumar, you answer that first, then I'll go back to Ms. Curtis. I think Ms. Curtis can supplement what I say, but to the best of my knowledge, I have no information about Quad headquarters.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Well, first of all, I just want to correct. I am not Lisa K. Curtis. I am Lisa A. Curtis. Um, Lisa K. Curtis is a lawyer, and she's actually a state senator in the state of New Mexico, and she's a Democrat, and I am neither of those. So I just wanted to make that correction. I think she hijacked my Wikipedia page, and there's just nothing I can do about it. So the mistake is understandable, but I did want to make the correction. So you had asked about the idea of Quad Plus, and I'm really glad you asked that question because in addition to focusing more on critical minerals, which I made in my remarks that I think the Quad really needs to double down on that challenge, I also think that the Quad needs to engage more with other countries. I don't think it's time to formally expand the Quad. Of course, initially there was talk of whether it should be a quint and South Korea should be a formal member. But when that was being discussed, it was the Moon Jae-in government. They weren't very interested in being a member of the Quad. And so now things have moved on, and there's really no effort to formally expand the Quad. However, I do think there needs to be dialogue with other countries, and it can be on an issue-by-issue basis. For instance, South Korea has a lot to add to the discussions on technology. The Philippines, there are issues that could be discussed with the Philippines. And, there's many other countries that should be involved in the Quad dialogue, but not be officially welcomed in. And the idea of the Quad Secretariat, this has been something that's been discussed. Not sure it's necessary. It seems to be working fine as it is. There are a lot of staff in each of the capitals who are working on the Quad and moving it forward. So I'm not sure that you really need a centralized secretariat in one country that has people from all four nations working at it. It seems to be working okay the way it is, but I would sort of defer to our to Ms. Bonnie Rao, who just entered the room, who would know a lot more about the sort of processes of carrying out the Quad work. But that's just my opinion.
With the Arctic, northern routes?
Yeah, I don't have too much to say on that. Yes, India and the United States should be working more closely on this issue. But I don't really have any specific ideas. But I think you're right that we should be concerned about China's role there and trying to get more involved. And this is something that needs to be examined. Maybe the Quad can also be more involved in that issue.
Okay, next set of, yeah.
Question basic to Lisa. General Chakrabarti asked about Vietnam. Now, in Bangladesh, we had a couple of months ago at Indian Ocean Conference, basically using a euphemism for Quad and all that. The Vietnamese deputy foreign minister who attended that, he very carefully chose the words to call it India-Asia-Pacific. And when P.T. Saran, retired Indian diplomat, Saurabh was there, asked him the question that why do you use the word India-Asia-Pacific, not Indo-Pacific? He said Indo-Asia-Pacific. He said to make it clear, the Vietnamese minister said to make it clear that we truly want to have an inclusive membership in the Indo-Pacific area, obviously hinting at their large neighbor. And this kind of language seems to resonate with many countries in the region. That why are you doing something which signals to leave the Chinese out? So I think U.S. and Vietnam's closer military relationship is extremely significant given the history. But at the same time, many Asian countries are wary of military alliances. So instead of having a Quad Plus, could one at some time think of bilateral military cooperation with Quad members outside the Quad? So in that way, you have military relationship, joint exercises, etc., with Quad member countries, but not with Quad as such. Thank you.
Yep. Any other question? Yeah, Banerjee. पीछे. So next is you, sir.
Admiral, thank you for allowing me a question. Ms. Curtis, my question is to you. My name is Ajay Banerjee. I'm a journalist. The Quad in the last meeting at Japan offered a lot of things on technology, critical infrastructure, mineral infrastructure, semiconductors. Most of these technologies are already existing with the other 3 Quad members, other than India. Will India actually, do you think, get access to these technologies, or are there these high words to be spoken at forums?
Yeah, mic in front, please.
So, my question is actually addressed to the entire panel. I just read this morning that the world over, the supplies of tungsten are left very limited because of the war in Ukraine. And I suspect the remaining will be taken over, used up in West Asia. Now, this rings the bell. Quad, emergence of China, AUKUS, all this happened because in the Indo-Pacific we realized that the China is actually calling the shots and need to be contained, as we said. Now with the US, Western Europe, NATO, all getting involved in Ukraine heavily, and now West Asia, is the Indo-Pacific going to be ignored? Because does the US really have the capacity to stretch itself so much that it can look after all the fronts simultaneously? If not, then are the Quad members, all the allies that Lisa had mentioned in her address, are they going to be empowered by way of technologies or other alliances to ensure that the aim with which Quad started, with which AUKUS started, is maintained?
Yeah, Lisa.
Okay. Let's see. First, Ambassador Chowdhury, you mentioned that Vietnam uses the term Indo-Asia-Pacific. Well, I'm sure they have a good reason for doing so. Every country is looking out after their own interests. They have a strong economic relationship with China and a relationship with China, so they may have their own reason for wanting to use that phraseology. But I think from a U.S. perspective, this is not a question. China's never going to be left out of the Indo-Pacific. China has huge influence there, huge economic. It's a powerhouse economy in the region. So it's not a question of leaving China out. China's there. I think what the issue right now is to be able to make sure that countries in the region can maintain their sovereignty and independence, that they have choices, that they have alternatives, that the seaways remain free and open, free of intimidation, free of maritime aggression, free of gray zone activity. So I think those are the issues that we're dealing with. And then I think there was a question about the whether India will play a role in the technology issues. And I would just say, four letters, ICET, ICET. India and the U.S. are already moving forward on cooperating on AI, quantum computing, semiconductors. Micron, U.S. company Micron, made a tremendous investment in semiconductor testing facility in India, which shows U.S. confidence that India will play a role in the semiconductor supply chain issue. So I think it's already happening. And then I guess the last one was, is the U.S. going to ignore the Indo-Pacific because of the distraction of the Middle East crisis? I don't think so. There is an awful lot happening in the world. The media attention is right now, of course, focused on the Middle East as it should be. But I would just note that you've all seen the reports that Kurt Campbell has been nominated to be Deputy Secretary of State. This is somebody who has been pushing all of the initiatives that I discussed in my remarks. The new defense and technology initiatives with India, the trilateral initiative between the U.S., Japan, and South Korea, the historic meeting that took place at Camp David in August between the three countries. All the progress that's been made with the Philippines, the U.S.-Philippines relationship. All this is part of the Indo-Pacific strategy, and all these initiatives have been set in motion. So I think now it's a case of maintaining the momentum and implementing the initiatives in the Indo-Pacific. And I think the U.S. can do that. The U.S. can walk and chew gum. I think if Kurt Campbell is made Deputy Secretary of State, that will give him a great perch to be able to implement all of these initiatives that have already been started. So I'm not too worried about the U.S. Losing focus on the Indo-Pacific.
Okay, last question.
Sir, this question is basically to Mr. Saurav Kumar and Ms. Curtis. In fact, I'm taking a lead of what Ambassador Chaudhary asked a question. I think it was not answered, ma'am. Possibly we missed it out. It's in the realm of Quad. Sir, do we look now something in the realm of the military as far as the benign cooperation between the four countries in terms of conferences, seminars, certain exercises at the small level? Do you think that the time has come, and whether we should go in for this presently just to support our Quad initiatives? Basically, the military domain, more of the non-kinetic nature and not of the kinetic nature.
Yeah, Kumar.
Okay. No, I think this is something that is being discussed. As I mentioned, the Quad non-military grouping, but there is some debate. Should they be doing contingency planning, consultations on potential crises in the Indo-Pacific? Should there be more efforts focusing on interoperability of the four countries? So I think the debate is definitely happening, and it's out there. I personally think that it's inevitable that the Quad would move in this direction eventually.
I think what I would say is you have specific session on Quad in the next session, and we have Vani there who knows the most about Quad. Ask her all this. Okay, we'll wind up the session. If any of the panelists want to make a final comment, you have a minute each. Kumar. Well, I hadn't given this final comment a thought, so let me just say what I kind of concluded my session with, which was also one of the questions, that given the fluidity in the global order, there would be challenges which would keep coming. We have seen three quick ones, one after the other. The pandemic, conflict in Europe. We are seeing a conflict in the Middle East. I think what is important is, as we handle these conflicts, and there will be other you might call it distractions or whatever term you give to it. I think the long-term play is in the Indo-Pacific. So attention is there, and I think attention remains to be there. So I think this would be my comment. Admiral?
Yes, thank you very much, sir. So I think the Quad is always very important to discuss in the context of Indo-Pacific region. But maybe we could open the possibility to establish several mechanisms to discuss related to the Quad. We could establish the formal track and also the informal track. For example, we could invite some academic or some expert to discuss in the informal track related to the Quad and also the aspect on how we could formulate what is the best policy for Quad contributing to international community. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say simply that we have to remember peace comes through strength, and deterrence is about preventing conflict. And I think we have to think about the fact that deterrence failed in Europe because Russia invaded Ukraine, so deterrence did not work there, and deterrence failed in the Middle East because Hamas was not deterred from doing a vicious attack against the Israelis. So, let's try to avoid deterrence not working in the Indo-Pacific. That's why I think it's absolutely critical that we not lose focus on the Indo-Pacific, because we can't afford for deterrence to fail in the Indo-Pacific.
Thank you to my panelists. I'll just say 2-3 words. One is, for the foreseeable future, the Indo-Pacific is going to be the center of the geostrategic and geoeconomic focus. And like-minded countries need to work together to ensure that we have a rule-based order in the Indo-Pacific. The next question is, what rules and who writes the rules? It is the rules-based order written by all the members and nations of the Indo-Pacific, and not being dictated only by China and her setting the standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Honorable Chair and to all the panelists for your time and your efforts. May I please request the Vice Chief of the Army, Lieutenant General M.V. Suchindra Kumar, to kindly present mementos to the Chair and the esteemed panelists, please. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, the Indo-Pacific is the decisive frontier. Once again, in a show of appreciation, let's put our hands together for the Honorable Chair and the esteemed panelists. We thank Admiral Sunil Lamba. We thank Vice Admiral Amarula Octavian. We thank Ms. Lisa Curtis. And of course, we thank Mr. Saurabh Kumar. I request you all to come together for a group photograph, please. Thank you very much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short beverage break of 10 minutes only. I request you all to please join us back in the hall in the next 10 minutes. We have the last session of the day waiting for you on the other side of this beverage break, collaborative partnerships for security. Please do join us for that session in the next 10 minutes.
I just want to check my PowerPoint presentation.
Can I please request the agency team to help their esteemed speaker on stage? He would like to check his PowerPoint presentation, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please settle down and take your seats. We are all set to head into the last session for the day, collaborative partnerships. For security, our panelists are on standby. The Honorable Chair is here with us, awaiting esteemed delegates to join us in the hall. The 20th century, the Indo-Pacific region has emerged as one of the pivotal theaters of interstate competition, contestation, but also cooperation. Now, politically, the primary main players in this region, of course, are China, India, Japan, Australia, South Korea, the ASEAN, and different islands of the Indo-Pacific ring. This region is indeed hotting up. What is also happening is what we heard in the last session, the coming of many multilateral and mini-lateral platforms to further dialogue and to further cooperation, like we spoke about Quad, and my panelists are already on the dais. I'll introduce the chair to you, ladies and gentlemen. The chair of this panel is Lieutenant General Prakash Menon, Director, Strategic Studies Program at the Takshashila Institution. And esteemed panelists on the dais, Dr. Renato Di Castro of Philippines, Dr. Satoru Nagao of Japan, Dr. Paco Millier from France, and Ms. Vani Saraju Rao. I hand this over promptly to the chair of the panel.
Good evening. And you can see that this particular panelist already jumped the gun. We are just emulating what the other panel had done because they jumped our gun. And so let me first start by thanking General Rajeshwar and the Indian Army for this honor and privilege. We are going to talk about collaborative partnership in the Indo-Pacific. And the word partnership actually has a particular tone about which every country actually interprets on its own, but it's got a central theme to it. And it differentiates itself from anything like an alliance, because in an alliance, especially a military alliance, when somebody else gets attacked and you're in that alliance, then you actually must consider yourself to be attacked, and therefore you proceed against the person attacking one of your alliance partners. Partnerships, on the other hand, have a different connotation. And India, if you look at the number of partnerships we have of all types, strategic partnerships, and so on, it's a long list. So what India is doing is actually leading a very promiscuous existence by trying to sleep in many beds at the same time. But underlying this is a common thread that for us,
The partnership means that there is relevance to the context of the issue. So we can partner probably China on, let's say, nuclear proliferation, but that's the last country we'll probably do now. Or we can partner United States of America and the Indo-Pacific. So the context is important. And the context we're going to discuss here is about the Indo-Pacific. But at the root of that is the issue of relationships. Because that, the nature, the texture and the form of relationships matter. And as we know, in human existence, forever it's been that relationships are dynamic. So one of the best ways to explain this is to use a metaphor of marriage. Marriage can be seen as a social institution where you sleep with the enemy. Now the word sleep and the enemy actually has to be highlighted here. And the word sleep denotes the angel in you, the highest level of cooperation, love, which can be possible between human beings and even the biosphere, that matter. Whereas the enemy is when anger, hatred and hostility and the devil in all of us, we can understand it by our own, is at its maximum. All relationships oscillate between these two. To continue with the marriage metaphor, it is not surprising that a couple can actually get up in the morning with a lot of love and care and understanding of each other and end the day by hurling abuses at each other. That is the nature of relationships. So we have got to understand that when we talk about relationships, the relationships which we have today, and if you see the panel which is sitting on the left of us, it would be difficult to imagine it without China rising in power and behaving the way that it is doing. That is the central reason why we are here. But I want to bring in another issue, which is about the cultural aspect. Do the Asians actually look at human relationships differently from the West? Because one way which distinguishes us, especially the Indian mind, is that we are comfortable, quite comfortable with the grey. The West is not. For them it is either black or white, mostly so. But I think over a period of time, maybe the understanding between these two, especially between the Indians and the West on this cultural issue, is better, because it is not about you're either with us or against us. It is also being with us and without us. So, to understand the relationship which we are trying to build, we have to look at the aspect of what is the interest which is involved. How are these interests interpreted? How do we actually look at these countries' behavior? And to know that, we have to understand what is happening domestically in those countries. It is not about looking at just their foreign policy and foreign policy behavior, because that is generated by domestic politics. You can't take it out of that. And of course, we have heard enough about the geopolitical turbulence in the world. That we know is going to happen. But we know one thing, that China probably, in terms of grand strategy, is making all the big mistakes. It might have probably have only India having a continental problem. All the rest of the if you look at its continental neighbors, are quite well settled. But where it needs it most in the maritime arena, it seems to have fallen out with all the people who matter, starting from Korea, Japan, Philippines, the Vietnamese, and some of the nations of Southeast Asia. That's not good strategy, because in the end, when we talk about security, it's about the ability to cooperate in large numbers. China is losing that game. And the important point to remember is that game right now is about psychological dominance. It's about convincing the other who will get the better off even if there is a fight. Because behavior is determined by that. And all political power is an issue of psychological dominance. It is no wonder that China advertises its military power in a manner which is not seen before. Even if it is not yet operational, its videos seem to be impress people who can be impressed, who probably do not know that it takes a long time before you bring these gadgets from the video to actually use on the ground. So this is where it is being playing. China's use of power, we've heard that, is about not getting into a fight. China would not want to fight such a big group of nations which are arranged and so on. They would like to win without fighting. And that's happens by psychological dominance, which it hopes, at least for the smaller guy, it might be able to succeed. It doesn't look like it, because all the smaller guys are getting more and more wary of Chinese behavior. So what we're going to hear from this panel is about viewpoints fundamentally anchored from the countries that they have. It will be about an ASEAN perspective. It will have a Japanese perspective. And then we have an outsider who is actually an insider in the Indo-Pacific, cannot be whisked away, which is France. And in the end, of course, we'll have the view from what we saw in the last session, the horse's mouth, on Indo-US and the Quad. So on that note, I hand you over to the first speaker from the Philippines.
I have a PowerPoint presentation. Can I have the clicker, please? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me express my utmost appreciation for the organizer, Klaus, for bringing me back to India. This is my second time to India. First time, of course, I was brought by the Navy. But of course, now, of course, I see the presence of the Army. And 2 weeks from now, I'll be coming back again, courtesy of the Navy. I'll be talking more specifically about what's happening in the Philippines. But my topic for today would, of course, be focused on ASEAN. And I would link it, of course, with Quad. But before I do my presentation, let me just give you a background regarding what my presentation is all about. My presentation is based on a survey that was funded by the Chinese permanent representative in ASEAN. They, of course, hired a very prominent Indonesian think tank, the Foreign Policy Community, under former Ambassador Dino Jahal, who did a presentation, he did a very extensive survey, and I was asked to be a discussant. So on the basis of the survey, I was able to come out with a number of recommendations on how external actors, like China would often use the term external when referring to Japan, Australia, and Quad, could basically play a very important game and help ASEAN play this game. So let me start my presentation. Oops, what happened? So of course, you have the formation of Quad. Interestingly, of course, it was revived in Manila. At the time, of course, that during the time we had the president who wanted to bring the Philippines to China on a silver platter, who adopted a policy of appeasement. A month later, after that, I was asked by our Department of Foreign Affairs, can you tell us something about Quad, because it's totally alien. So, of course, we just go through Quad. It was established, of course, earlier, again, in Manila. At that time, they was not given so much focus. Of course, members, of course, has been mentioned before, you have a number of continental countries, and, of course, China has basically called it an ASEAN NATO. Rather, of course, Quad is more of a form. This is how I would like to look at it. It's also seen as a way to complement an earlier security network, the bilateral system, which of course the Philippines is part of. Of course, the fact that it's not just an alliance, or not, I mean, we will not use the term alliance, I'm sorry. It's an association of not only liberal democracies, we have to take into account. The Philippines is an archipelagic country, so we have to value maritime power, and of course those 4 countries are capable maritime powers. Of course, Quad was a manifestation. The revival of the Quad is a manifestation of what happened. The revival in since 2000, since President Xi Jinping took over. Of course, China has basically initiated the Belt and Road Initiative in terms of trying to buy countries, and more significantly, in the case of the Philippines, we saw really a more assertive China ever since President Xi Jinping took over. 2012, when China took control of the Scarborough Shoal. So, of course, you have, of course, 2 weeks before the ASEAN Summit, just a short history, you had officials initiated by the Quad administration. And, of course, it's basically the focus on liberal, a liberal approach, multilateralism. Again, I would agree it's not an alliance. We don't want to look at it as an alliance. It's an association. And, of course, the revival of the Quad, of course, marked an increase in tension with 3 member states. I will not have to discuss it. I will go directly to my point. You have, of course, with Australia having problem with China, influence operation by Chinese operatives in Canberra. Then, of course, what happened? I was in Japan when this happened, 2012. You have a clash. And, of course, what happened? The issue has not yet been resolved. It's still ongoing. We took note of India's reaction after this clash. But, of course, the main effort primarily came from the Trump administration. In the immediate aftermath of the Trump administration, of a declaration of a clear-cut strategic competition. Of course, I talk in terms of what's the U.S. So what is very clear, I'll just have to breeze through this, is ASEAN is caught in the middle of a major power strategic competition. Is it bad for ASEAN? Not really. ASEAN actually enjoys competition among the great powers. So in a way, ASEAN in a way is not new. ASEAN was created during the time of the Cold War. It was, of course, created after the fact that Seattle was lackluster. In Seattle, the Philippines was there along with Pakistan, which accounts for the fact that our relations were not that very good during the Cold War. We were identified more with Pakistan. But, of course, that changed. So going back, of course, to ASEAN, ASEAN really looks at competition by the great powers as something positive, where ASEAN could basically play its game. ASEAN member states individually and collectively rely on the ability to exploit the tendencies of big powers to cooperate and compete, as well as their physical presence. Of course, this makes it possible to balance each other. So for ASEAN, the more the merrier. So, of course, based on this is basically a Singaporean approach. We have to take into account that great powers is a reality of international relations, and we basically have to adopt this. Of course, I'll just go back into the history of ASEAN. I don't know if you remember, in 1971, Malaysia and Indonesia submitted a proposal for neutralism, probably the influence of India during that time. You have a dynamic debate within ASEAN. How can you basically deal with the great powers? Can you just ask them to leave or try to invite them? So you have, of course, the Thai, Singaporean, Philippine approach. We cannot basically adopt it because we have 2 bases there during the Cold War. Is you just bring in the great powers with an expectation that they do balance each other in the long run. So in the face of current strategic competition, Southeast Asian studies are bringing back. For them, What's happening right now is not new. We have experienced this during the Cold War. We have experienced this at the time when, you know, the Soviet Union supported the Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia, and how we played with China, the United States, and the Soviet Union and Vietnam. So this is basically a game. So my presentation will be based again on this survey. So on the base of this survey, let's try to determine what could be the policy that India, of course, as a member of Quad, could basically adopt. So this is based on ASEAN-China Survey 2022, most pressing issue for Southeast Asia. Interestingly, the major findings of the survey converges with the annual survey being conducted by the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies in Singapore. So what's basically the bottom line? Southeast Asian countries accept the fact that China, of course, is, you know, a power that that is present in the region. China considers Southeast Asia as its backyard. But do Southeast Asian countries accept this as a given? Not even, of course, even countries that are deemed as very close to China, like Cambodia, Laos, so forth and so on. So the survey has very interesting revelations. So, of course, it captured the Southeast Asian view of the issues regarding. So let's just go through the issues and how do Southeast Asians in general look at those issues. So, of course, you have the ASEAN's approach then. That's basically the survey. So let's look at how do ASEAN countries look at ASEAN-China economic cooperation. So, of course, the fact that ASEANs accept the fact that Chinese are there, but they don't like it. They are very much aware of externalities, human trafficking, the fact that the Chinese are very bossy. This is something we experienced in the last 6 years in the Philippines when the former president allowed what we call online gambling that caters to Chinese clients in the mainland. And you have about, at a given point in time, you have 350,000 Chinese in the Philippines. You know, so ASEAN public is concerned about the negative externalities of ASEAN-China economic relations. They accept the fact that the Chinese are dominant, but do they like this dominance? So as they generate such threats as transnational crimes, cybersecurity, the issues of illegal immigration, of course, border control, even in Cambodia. This is very apparent. So ASEAN, of course, a mechanism, they are very much aware of this. There's a need for, again, this is the policy advice, to initiate new economic partnership agreement with ASEAN, taking into account that the ASEAN countries do not simply want Chinese economic domination of the region. It's a fact that they accept, but it's a fact that they would like to basically challenge one way or the other. Provide a regional group to consider economic diversification. So this is something that should be impressed upon the ASEAN countries. This is something that the Philippines, given the fact our relation with China, has basically adopted. We don't want our economy to be dominated by a single economic, juggernaut in Southeast Asia. The key point there is diversification. The more, the merrier. That's why the Philippines welcomes right now Prime Minister Kishida, who's visiting the country, and because this is what Japan offers. Aside from a security partnership, massive economic cooperation that could basically fill the vacuum given the fact that China does not anymore consider the Philippines as one of its best friends. Thank God. So of course, the U.S., of course, will issues the need for Southeast Asia, other members, Taiwan, South Korea, not only the Quad, to ensure, of course, that ASEAN countries have other economic options. South Korea, Taiwan are there, Japan is there. So Quad should initiate efforts to address negative externalities of ASEAN-China economic relations, defense concerns, cybersecurity, environmental degradation. So let's be brief about security. So again, the issue here, of course, is the code of conduct. ASEAN countries, the ASEAN citizens are very much aware of the code of conduct there. On the issue of trust, and most replied, 42% of the respondents decided not to answer the question. However, those who answered the question, majority answered, they are not inclined to trust China. And of course, in the case of the ASEAN countries who do not trust China, it's the Philippines that has the highest rate. About 85% of Filipinos simply do not trust China.
So response said that they stated that they distrust because of political security reason, and of course that's the South China Sea. Majority of the respondents who answered that they do not trust China, aside from, of course, the fact that even Thailand, Singapore, and Vietnam are very open about this. With the respective course, of all they want strengthen strengthen relations with Southeast Asia's concern in maritime domain awareness, so forth and so on, capabilities. That's where, of course, Quad could enter the picture. The Quad should actively support Southeast Asia's capabilities in recognizing and resisting China's gray zone operation in the South China Sea. I'm running out of time. I have to be fast about it. The support of ASEAN member states, assumption of simply do not trust and could not dispute. Of course, you have the COC. Let me just go directly to my conclusion because I'm running out of time. I simply don't have enough time to discuss everything. So this, again, this is a key point. Their view regarding Quad, AUKUS, again, there are some suspicion, but again, at the end of the day, they said, yeah, let's give it the benefit of the doubt because it dilutes the situation. It prevents China, again, from dominating the equation. So let's just proceed into recommendation for Quad policymakers, of course. It's not new, of course, the fact that for the Southeast Asian countries, competition of the great powers is not new. They have experienced this in the past, and they knew for a fact that in the long run, they benefit. Because at the end of the day, they don't want a single power to dominate the region. And of course, in the case of that single power, it happens to be in our neighborhood, who happens to look at Southeast Asia as its backyard. And that's, of course, China. So the Quad member states should impress upon ASEAN that their presence in Southeast Asia is aimed to ensure that regional states can still continue to play this game of, in the face of China's goal of rejuvenation of great Chinese nation and fostering common destiny. Especially in the case of the Philippines, and this is something we explain. Chinese notion of rejuvenation of the great Chinese power is aimed to pacify Southeast Asia. Pacification. That we're just like barbarians that need to be pacified by, of course, the Middle Kingdom. Of course, explain to Quad perspective, free is not contradictory to ASEAN notion. In fact, it converges with ASEAN outlook for a free and open Indo-Pacific. That, of course, this will enable the ASEAN member states to play their game of equibalancing in the face of greater Chinese. Engage ASEAN in open, candid discourse that our free and open Indo-Pacific can converge, of course, with the ASEAN outlook. Of course, ASEAN does not have a strategy. ASEAN simply have an outlook, and this accounts for the fact that each ASEAN member state have their own respective free and open Indo-Pacific strategy. The Philippines just adopted one in the face of our intense competition with China in the South China Sea. Of course, importance of symbolic presence. India made its felt by becoming, of course, a dialogue partner. Other countries are, of course, expected. Assure ASEAN that Quad would not force its member states to make a choice between Washington and Beijing, since its competition with China actually provides the Southeast Asian states the opportunity to play the diplomatic game that they have learned to master since the time ASEAN was formed in 1967. Of course, this is where Quad could enter a picture, in terms of trying to balance or minimize the externalities of growing Chinese economic and political presence in Southeast Asia, harness other U.S. allies in enhancing America's role, and this is something, especially in the case of maritime Southeast Asia, how the United States is viewed as a strategic offshore balancer. That China's, in the light of China's maritime expansion in the South China Sea, the United States 7th Fleet plays a very important role in, of course, balancing this effort. So, namaste. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your attention. Just in time.
Can I speak? Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, I will use the PowerPoint too. Thank you very much. It is great honor for me to make presentation in front of a prominent expert or the people who are interested in this issue. So it is great honor for me. View from the current situation, real Quad session was last session. So what should I do from now? Is my concern just now, but I must make something from now. The title of my presentation is the Quad. Why we need this? That is maybe most important question, and we can understand what kind of reason is and what kind of the effect we can expect. So indeed, as a Japanese, I can say the idea of the Quad or Indo-Pacific originally came from the Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. And because in the Indian Parliament in 2007, he addressed a conference of 2C. And in 2012, just 1 or 2 days before he sworn in as a second time as a prime minister, he published one article, Asia's Democratic Security Diamond, simply said Quad. So that's why when we checked the document, he was a pioneer. And when we checked this address and document, we can understand that there are 3 features of the Quad and Indo-Pacific, at least in his mindset. Firstly, today some experts already pointed out, the Indo-Pacific is a rising region to be the center of the world politics. What is the center of the world politics? We can remember the one thing, well, yeah, 2 things in the history. When the big war has happened in Europe, the impact will spread to the world. That's why we call this as a world war. So this, because Europe is center of the world politics. So now, yes, Europe is still important, Middle East is important, but that's true. But at the same time, if the big war has happened in the Indo-Pacific, we can prove this. Indo-Pacific is center of the world politics. Of course, I do not want to prove. And the second feature of this idea, Quad Indo-Pacific, this is a region face the threat of China. Prime Minister Shinzo Abe wants to suggest this idea because he wants to avoid the situation China dominates the region. Because why we can understand? Because he pointed many times in his article, that's true, but at the same time, the Quad is the idea of the group of the great powers in the Indo-Pacific, except China. And the Indo-Pacific, when we think when we compare the Asia-Pacific and the Indo-Pacific, Asia-Pacific do not include all of the territory issue China is facing, but Indo-Pacific can include all of it. That's why both ideas are related with the counter-China strategy. And thirdly, most important feature of the Quad Indo-Pacific is India. Of course, Japan is ally of the United States, Australia is ally of the United States, and former ally in this case, treaty-based ally. In this case, if the US, Japan, Australia cooperation, if we want to promote this relation, we do not need a new idea. But a new idea is needed because he wants to include India. Indo-Pacific is the same. Asia-Pacific do not include India. That's why Asia-Pacific is useless. Indo-Pacific is important. So that's why Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, or why Japan want to introduce this idea, Quad and Indo-Pacific, because of India. But when we check this country, we can identify one situation. If the Quad win the competition with China, Quad will decide, or Quad will be the most influential group to decide the order in the Indo-Pacific. That's why this is very important framework. So, but to achieve this, we need to defeat China first. So, is Quad is effective as a counter-China strategy? We need to ask. Okay, I forgot my presentation data. Okay, just, okay, three things I have already explained. So second page I start with. So example I need to point out. As a counter-China strategy, what part is useful? Indeed, when we check the pattern of China's territorial expansion, next page, we can identify one feature. What happened in the South China Sea indicates one thing. In 1950s, when France withdrew from the region, China took half of the Paracel Island. In 1970s, the U.S. withdrew from the region, from the Vietnam. China took another half of the Paracel Island. In 1980s, the Soviet troops reduced the number. In Vietnam, China took the sixth feature of the Exploratory Island. In 1990s, when the U.S. withdrew from Philippines, China took Mischief Reef. So military balance has changed, power vacuum, they find, China steal it. They are thief. So that's why this is the pattern. So to deal with, what should we do? Maintaining military balance is the answer. But maintaining military balance is very difficult because China is rich. China can invest a lot to the military. How to maintain military balance? That is why Quad, Quad is a good, effective idea. Because if, you can imagine, if India and Japan cooperate each other, China need to divide their defense resources, budget, or air force asset, etc., two fronts, against Japan, against India at the same time. So, Quad is effective even if our budget is not enough. So that's why to maintain military balance, Quad is a good idea. Another one, China's territorial expansion has non-military aspect. For example, the infrastructure project. When point out their infrastructure project around the Indian Ocean, we can find this map. And what is the background reason of their infrastructure we can identify? Because they worry about Malacca Strait, which is a US-dominated strait, and India shows influence in this strait. That's why they start to say Malacca dilemma. Their development rely on Malacca Strait is a weak point of their security, they think. So they want to diverse the route. For example, from Middle East, energy came to China. In this case, if the port is, they build a port in Pakistan, and they build the infrastructure to go China as a land route. In this case, they can import. They do not need to cross Malacca Strait. Myanmar is the same. Malaysia Peninsula is the same. In the Cambodia, why they need to build a port? Because they do not need to cross the South China Sea or the other area. And they do not, with the port of the Indian Ocean side and the South China Sea side of the port, they build. With the port in the Cambodia, they can go to China without crossing the Malacca Strait. So that's why this is a security infrastructure project only for China. So that's why we need to deal with. But in this case, Quad, if the Quad combined, we can suggest alternative infrastructure project. For example, in case of Sri Lanka, the Hambantota port, when China suggests it, the interest rate is 6% to 8%, and my other presenter has already pointed out. But if Quad can suggest another alternative idea, of course Sri Lanka can accept it. So, in case of the Bangladesh, when China suggests Sonadia port, Japan suggests Matabari port just side of Sonadia port, and Bangladesh finally choose the Matabari port. So Japan is building Matabari port now, but this has happened. Why? Because the Sonadia port is dangerous, Japan think. So Quad cooperation is very useful to deal with the non-military threat of China. And in this case, if this country rely on Chinese market, we cannot show the strong stance toward China. But look at this. The next, I should change them. Indeed, Japan is starting the de-risking, or decoupling, I think, because this is the number of Japanese in China. In 2012, this is 150,000 Japanese live in China. Now 100,000 Japanese live in China. Nearly 30% has gone. But we can compare how many Japanese live in the United States. Not changed. So slightly increased. So Japan intentionally leave from China. Japanese intentionally leave from China because it's a risk in China. So, and at the same time, the factory relocate from China to go where, in this case, India, of course. But that is important. So, Quad is good, very effective grouping. Grouping, I should say, or not, but this is very important framework to deal with China. So, finally, I need to point out. But recently, we faced some problem. Why? Yes, Russia's aggression in Ukraine or Israel-Hamas conflict, what happened after that? Russia rely on China, and in the Muslim country in the Middle East, popularity of China is rising because anti-US stance. China could be the leader of the anti-US movement as a worst-case scenario. So that's why we face a big problem now. But in this case, we need the U.S. reinforcement, but the U.S. need to support Ukraine and Israel while in the Indo-Pacific. Yes, questioner, the last session have already pointed out this point, but this is very important because the election will come. Election of the Taiwan, president election will come the beginning of next year. This means that 2 months later we will face. Now Chinese troops is gathering just in front of Taiwan. We need to deal with. But U.S. is supporting Ukraine and the Middle East. At the same time, U.S. need to support Taiwan. So what should we do? Maybe there is a high possibility that the other allies and partner need to share more security burden with the United States. That is a situation we are facing now. So which country can do? Of course, India and Japan. But of course, India's role is most important, I believe, because India is rising. The resources India can use is increasing every day. So I want to say is that India's age will come if Quad wins the competition with China. But to win, we need a genius idea of the Marshall Manek show. That is my presentation. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Excellencies, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I have a PowerPoint as well. Yes. So before starting my expose, I would like to thank once again the Clause for inviting me today. It's an honor to be here today in Delhi. So in May 2018, French President Emmanuel Macron, while giving a speech in Australia, elaborated a French Indo-Pacific strategy. Since that date, 2018, the French president and the various French authorities consistently refer to the Indo-Pacific strategy when discussing issues related to the geopolitics of Asia, of the Indian Ocean, and of the Pacific Ocean region. So what is the French Indo-Pacific strategy? Indo-Pacific, for France, is mostly a geopolitical narrative that provides an opportunity for the French diplomacy to showcase its diplomatic, cultural, economic, and military capabilities in this region. Indeed, France has significant assets in the Indo-Pacific region. The world's third largest diplomatic network after the US and China, a cultural influence through the French-speaking community, what we call la francophonie in French, a dynamic scientific diplomacy, a well-established economic network, and also, since Brexit, France is the last member of the EU to be a sovereign nation in the Indo-Pacific region. But beyond soft power capabilities, what makes France's strategy so distinctive and singular are its military capabilities that strategically covers almost the entire region, including 5 military commands and over 7,000 permanently stationed military. So to discuss how France addresses meaningful collaboration and security partnership in South Asia and in the wider Indo-Pacific region, my expose today will be divided into three parts. First, I will argue that France sees itself as a resident power. Then I will focus on the various partnership and collaborative security initiatives undertaken by France. And finally, the French-Indian relationship and its perspective in the Indo-Pacific region. So to understand France's unique stance on its Indo-Pacific strategy, one must comprehend the French government's aspiration to establish itself as a legitimate and credible player in the region by emphasizing its status of a resident power. So for example, here you have a quotation of President Macron last year in Bangkok while giving a speech at the APEC summit. Quote, "You are probably wondering why a French president is participating in an APEC summit. I would like to clarify here because many people are not aware. France is not only a European country, but also a country in the Indo-Pacific," unquote. So indeed, France has territory under its sovereignty in the region. So in the Western Indian Ocean, you have the island of La Réunion, Mayotte, the scattered islands, les îles éparses in French, and the southern and Arctic islands, les TAF in French. And also we have sovereign territories in the Pacific region, New Caledonia, Wallis and Futuna, French Polynesia, and the small inhabited island of Clipperton on the coast of Mexico. So these territories confer the second exclusive economic zone in the world with nearly 11 million square kilometers. 93% of this EEZ is located in the Indo-Pacific. So here you have maps of the various EEZ in the Pacific Ocean region. And so if you look at French Polynesia by itself is already 4.5 square kilometers, 4.5 million square kilometers, which is more than the Indian EEZ, for example. So this is the EEZ in the Indian Ocean. Furthermore, 1.7 million French citizens live in these collectivities, and the French military presence is organized through High Five Command, so sovereign bases in La Réunion, Nouméa, and Papeete, and two other bases based in Djibouti and the United Arab Emirates, agreed upon bilateral agreements between France and these countries. These forces are crucial in implementing cooperation and participating in numerous bilateral and multilateral intervention, as well as HADR operations. So that leads me to my second part. So this is just a tab of the various initiatives undertaken by the French forces just in the Indian Ocean, but roughly the same is organized in the Pacific Ocean, and it's a non-exhaustive list. So to enhance interoperability with regional partners, the French armed forces participate in many multilateral and bilateral exercises. So for example, last March 2023, we had exercise La Pérouse. La Pérouse is the name of a French 18th century French navigator. And so this exercise was co-organized by the French Navy with India, Australia, America, Canada, and the Bay of Bengal. The French Navy also participates in various counter-piracy operations in the Gulf of Aden under different frameworks, so with the EU, with the American Fifth Fleet, and with NATO. Regional forum, so this is a map of the various activities undertaken by the French Navy in 2021. Regional forum that bring together military actors are also organized, like probably this one today. The most significant one being the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, which France currently holds the rotating presidency. I think it might soon go to Iran, but the last forum was organized in Réunion Island in July 2021. Air and naval deployment are also punctually organized, allowing France to carry out missions in support of its diplomacy. And so obviously aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle, and also we had a mission, Air Force mission called Pégase last July, if I'm not mistaken, including 19 aircraft and more than 300 men deployed from France, with 11 stopovers and 14 operational maneuvers across the Indo-Pacific all the way to French Polynesia. So key partners in the regions are obviously Japan, maybe, America, who is still the indispensable partner at the operational level, Australia and New Zealand, with whom we have great collaboration in the South Pacific, including the France with a Z, France-Australia-New Zealand agreement signed in 1992, aiming at providing civil and military assistance when there is natural disaster. That was the case a few weeks ago in Vanuatu. And that leads, so Australia, America, Australia, New Zealand, and obviously India. That leads me to my last part. So since AUKUS, which happened in September 2021, if I'm not mistaken, let's say that this agreement that de facto excluded France of the security architecture caused, to say the least, political agitation between France and its Anglo-Saxon partners. But to stay positive, since that date, France's strategy, France's Indo-Pacific strategy has significantly leaned towards the Indian Ocean, and particularly towards India, who is now becoming a cornerstone of France's foreign policy in the Indo-Pacific. So just a few historical details. France and India share a long-standing bilateral relationship dating back to the 17th century. At the time, France had the ambition of creating a colonial empire in South Asia, so that didn't work out. But still, 5 Indian cities were under French sovereignty until 1954, the most famous one being Pondicherry. In the 20th century, the two countries maintained good relations, symbolized by the mutual respect expressed by their respective head of states. So we had Nehru and de Gaulle, we had Jacques Chirac and Indira Gandhi, and now Emmanuel Macron and Narendra Modi. Furthermore, France is one of the few countries that did not condemn India's nuclear test in 1998 and has consistently supported India in its goal of becoming a member of the UN Security Council. The two countries can be considered as like-minded countries in their way, in their will to maintain a certain degree of strategic autonomy in conducting their foreign policy. So since the signing of a strategic partnership in 1998, French-Indian bilateral relationship has seen remarkable growth. Sectors such as nuclear energy, aerospace, research and development, arms exports, bilateral military cooperation, and various other key areas have played a significant role in driving this rapidly expanding bilateral relationship. Just an example, in the last 20 years, so from 2002 to 2023, France has been the second largest supplier of military equipment to India after Russia, and while India stands as the primary customer of French military equipment. Several contracts are symbolic. Of course, the 6 submarine Scorpion built in Mumbai that are already operational, and the 36 Rafale sold to India from 2020 to 2022. Following the 4th of July, where we had a military parade of an Indian regiment who had fought in France during the First World War, the Indian government announced, and of course Narendra Modi was at the military parade on the Champs-Élysées, India announced it was going to acquire 3 more submarines and 26 Rafale for its navy. In 2018, this strategic partnership was enriched with a significant Indo-Pacific dimension. Both head of states formalized the Indo-Pacific strategy the same year, 2018. the emergence of the Indo-Pacific strategic framework reinforces the Franco-Indian bilateral relation. So just after Bastille Day this year, there was a joint communique between France and Indian government entitled French-Indian Indo-Pacific Roadmap and listed 12 points as the pillar of future collaboration. So we had seabed, solar alliance, maritime cooperation, Franco-Indian campus, and more. Reunion Island in the Western Indian Ocean has emerged already as a strategic platform for military cooperation between France and India. For example, we have a logistical cooperation agreement signed in 2018 that allows Indian naval force to access the base, and regular joint patrols, including Indian P-8I aircraft. So just a few limitations on the bilateral relation. Obviously, we have our own relation towards big powers, so relation with Russia, relation with China, and relation with the US are singular and not aligned for sure. And furthermore, for now, apart from the military equipment, the economic relationship has been quite modest. I think France is only the 27th supplier in India, way behind other European countries. So in conclusion, the emergence of the Indo-Pacific strategic framework strengthens a rapidly expanding Franco-Indian relationship, but there are many avenues for the future. For example, trilateral cooperation with like-minded partners could be implemented. It's already the case with the United Arab Emirates, with whom France and India signed cooperation in 2022 focusing on nuclear energy. And this type of trilateral cooperation could be easily expanded to other countries in the ASEAN region like Indonesia or Singapore. Last, while the Indian Ocean component of the Indo-Pacific predominates in the bilateral relationship, it appears that both diplomacies are considering to enhance collaboration in the Pacific Ocean region. Therefore, in the famous joint statement after the July 14th, the communique mentioned in its introduction, in 2018, India and France adopted a common strategic vision for their cooperation in the Indian Ocean region. We are now ready to extend our joint efforts to the Pacific Ocean. So I guess more cooperation between France and India are to be expected in the South Pacific in the near future. Thank you very much for listening to me.
I think this is probably the only panel in which the panelists so far have been bang on time. So I would request you, why don't you set a record by saying the most in the least amount of time?
Thank you, Lieutenant General Menon and Claus, for having me here. So I think it's a time when I should take advantage of the fact that I'm the last speaker of the last session on a Friday and keep my remarks very brief. So unlike the other speakers, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, and I'm a diplomat, so I don't have a booming voice to keep you all riveted. So I'll do my best to share my thoughts with you. I'll speak on both India-US relations and Quad, both of which I'm handling in the Foreign Ministry. So keeping in mind the overall theme for this session, I will say straight away that India-US partnership is a most critical one in the current times, and especially in the Indo-Pacific. As stable democracies, as large market economies, robust economies, I think we have a critical role to play, not just in the region, but also globally. For India, US is a most valued partner. We've developed a very comprehensive agenda, bilateral agenda, which reflects an all-of-government approach to the relationship from both sides. And this is reflected in the very forward-looking outcomes that we had during the Prime Minister's recent visit to the US in June. Just to share with you, some broad factors about the bilateral agenda, where it stands now. The US is India's largest trade partner. In fact, we recently settled all our bilateral trade disputes in WTO. And this is a sign of the commercial ties maturing, and also an indication that as two close partners, we do not want to be bickering in multilateral platforms. Foreign direct investment is increasing in both directions. We have a lot of academic and R&D linkages, and all of you are familiar with the mobility of professionals and Indian students, which has been mutually beneficial. Speaking of security and defense ties, traditionally these have been the pillars of the bilateral relationship. The security and counterterrorism cooperation, in fact, goes back to the Mumbai terror attacks and the World Trade Center, the 9/11 attacks in the US. And there's very mature and very productive cooperation in terms of information exchange, capacity building, extending to even designations in the United Nations, designations of terror groups and terrorists. In terms of defense cooperation, again, we've seen a huge transformation in the last 20 years. We now see the US emerging as the country with whom we do the largest number of military exercises, which are growing in both scale and complexity. Because of the rising defense procurements, we also see growing compatibility and interoperability between the two defense services and familiarity with using several defense platforms. Recent trends in the defense relationship have been a greater focus on co-production, willingness on part of the US to enable transfer of technology, and also initial efforts towards encouraging innovation in the defense domain. India is a major defense partner of the United States and not an ally. And that fact has not been a constraint. In fact, both countries are now comfortable in engaging with each other in that capacity of India being a partner and not an ally. Under the Trump administration, the US renamed their combatant command PACOM as Indo-PACOM. And in a way, it placed India at the center of this vast Indo-Pacific region, and also recognized the critical role that India would play in ensuring peace and stability in this region. Our bilateral defense partnership is one which is purely that, which is bilateral. It does not extend to the region. But India and US having regular dialogues with each other are also able to identify the needs of other countries in the region, and we are individually enhancing the capabilities of countries in the region in terms of capacity building in the defense domain or supply of equipment, or helping them in critical areas such as maritime security, maritime domain awareness, and other aspects. We are engaged in several military exercises, as I shared with you. In fact, Malabar, which started as a bilateral exercise between the US and India, later on expanded to include Japan, and in the last 3 years includes Australia. Yuddha Abhyas, the army-to-army exercise, in fact, this year was held in Alaska with our troops undergoing training in cold weather military activities and operations. Now, I want to also share with you that in the contemporary times, the traditional definition of what is a security issue has changed considerably. It has broadened to areas such as health security, climate mitigation. It has included areas such as trusted technologies, energy security, and even food security. And as India-US agenda is expanding, it is also broadening the conversations to these new age security threats. So you see the two countries talking about issues such as supply chains, diversifying our trade partners, friendshoring, and trusted technology, for example. This is also reflected in India and US becoming key players in new initiatives such as the I2U2 and also the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor. And not to mention the Quad framework in which both are very active participants. In recent years, there have been an increase in regional consultations between India and the US, and that includes issues pertaining to the Indian Ocean, South Asia, and also the Indo-Pacific. We welcome also the US presence in this region. We have seen enhanced diplomatic engagement by the United States with countries in our neighborhood, and also US opening new diplomatic missions in countries such as Maldives and upcoming missions in other places such as Seychelles. At the same time, our policies are not necessarily aligned towards all countries, and that is natural because we have different priorities and we pursue different approaches towards engagement with countries in the region. But it is a part of a mature relationship that we are able to engage with each other and discuss these issues. Let me quickly move on to Quad. As a lot of the speakers have spoken about it, it is a plurilateral platform. It has adopted a very positive and constructive agenda in its recent iteration, and it is focused on delivering public goods to the region. And as again the panelists have said, the focus of Quad right now is on providing viable alternatives, and particularly those that do not induce debt or vulnerability. And therefore, we are looking at the priorities of the region such as infrastructure, connectivity, healthcare, health security, climate mitigation, and other aspects. HADR and counterterrorism also are discussed. I'll give you a few examples of where Quad's efforts are focused. We are obviously giving a lot of importance to the maritime security in the region. Among the 4 Quad countries, there is an effort to enhance the MDA capabilities of countries in the region, help them combat and counter IUU fishing, and so on. In the critical and emerging technologies, the Quad is engaged in coming up with principles. There is a willingness to come up with standards in technical bodies which are very important for industry. In telecom, for example, Quad countries are working to develop alternatives which are trusted. They launched a pilot recently for Open RAN in Palau, and this is one of the examples. It is also there is also a understanding among Quad countries that it's not necessary for all 4 countries to act together. There is a willingness to identify the challenges in the region, the gaps, and also to pool in our efforts and to be able to assist countries in the region either bilaterally or, if possible, collectively. One example of that was what we did during the COVID pandemic. When there was a shortage of vaccines and medicines, Quad was able to supply individually these critical items to countries in the region, although we were not able to undertake collective efforts. How does Quad fit in with India's strategic priorities? Now, in order to understand that, I think understanding of India's strategic imperatives in the Indo-Pacific is important. We are a resident nation in the Indo-Pacific. We have a large coastline, and therefore ensuring maritime security is very important for us. We have maritime trade routes which are passing through this region, along with several choke points which need to be ensured free for navigation at all times. And as we also have a lot of oil imports coming in through these trade routes, energy security is important. And lastly, many of our critical supply chains also find their source in this particular geography. And as India, like other countries, is searching for diversified supply chains and trying to reduce dependence on certain geographies, it's important to engage with other countries. Regional peace and stability and prosperity is in the Indo-Pacific is therefore very critical for India for its own economic growth and inclusive development. And this depends to a large extent on respect for rules-based international order. And this is the context in which Quad has emerged as a very powerful platform and one which is important in our own foreign policy towards the Indo-Pacific. Quad has been very effective in voicing the call for respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and maintaining a rules-based international order. When four democracies stand together and call for upholding these principles, their voice is heard. And it's therefore become a very powerful voice, a very powerful platform for messaging on these important issues. Quad's working groups, of which there are quite a few, are now building the habits of cooperation among these four countries. Quad has also become a very valuable platform for exchanging strategic assessments on issues pertaining to the region and identifying where we can coordinate with each other and support each other. Another factor why the platform has become important is that India's engagement with the Quad has reinforced our relations with all three countries, Japan, Australia, and the US. I think you have seen that in the last 3 years, how our relations with these three countries have become stronger in all domains, especially the defense and commercial domains. Quad has also been very effective in focusing global attention on this region. And you've seen that in the Indo-Pacific strategies that were issued by several countries, especially those in Europe and even in our neighborhood, like Bangladesh. It is no coincidence also that several countries are also sending their naval assets to the region much more frequently than before, and we welcome that. It has opened conversations on an entire set of issues that was non-existent in bilateral agendas, like supply chains, friendshoring, and it has strengthened our place in the Indo-Pacific calculus for several countries. So I would just end with this conclusion that for India, both Quad and the US are partnerships based on trust, values, and strategic convergences, and we are very, very committed to strengthening both. Thank you.
That was perfect timing, actually. So it's time. I think we have about 20 minutes for questions. Please raise your hand. All right. Yeah, you. The lady.
Ladies are given priority.
A pleasant evening to one and all. I'm Radhe Tambi, Research Associate from Center for Airpath Studies. I think throughout the day we had a lot of discussion on South Asia and Indo-Pacific, but one region which we missed important dots in the maritime space was the island states, and hence my question is that how do we see that the great powers, the distant or the regional powers, would leverage the island states to enhance deterrence and their presence in the Indian Ocean and the larger Indo-Pacific, not only because this region is not only important because of the trade, but one more important dimension to this region is that the central Indian Ocean basin has the second largest reserves of the rare earths and critical minerals. And in this context, India is the country which has been given an area of 75,000 square kilometers to to take the minerals as compared to China, which has just 10,000 square kilometers. China has other side a lot of investments in the Madagascar region. So how do we see that the great powers would leverage these island states as they become the stepping stones to cooperation? Thank you.
So is your question specific to the Indian Ocean or to the Indo-Pacific?
More particularly towards the Indian Ocean.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, would you like to answer that? Yeah. Anybody want to answer that? Okay, right. Actually, you would have heard about IORA, which is actually what India is, probably we spoke about it this morning. That is the main platform which exists today to taking it all of this at one time. I mean, in the same, that's the largest platform. It's actually growing in its interactions. The fact remains that there is obviously a competition here because China and many other countries are vying for the attention of these states. It makes a difference on where these island states are. And if they are contiguous to the main trade routes, for that matter, let's take the example of the Maldives, where actually there is now a question being asked about where will Maldives go after the elections and the turn of events. And I'm sure the people who are dealing with it would probably have an idea of what is the best thing to do. But I don't think it is a matter of such great concern, especially for India, because it's not about moving from one to the other. There's a lot of gray in between. And I think if you don't understand this particular concept of the gray, that the small states, wherever they are, they like to actually play it on both sides. So we have to understand these relationships from that. And I don't think we should let our imagination run that this is now going to be against us in such a manner that is going to create a threat. As long as we deal with this problem with that understanding that this is a gray, that these states have their compulsions, I think would be quite okay. Yeah.
I think I have the mic. So, sir, my question is to our delegate from India. How is the teachings of the Mahabharata, where it teaches you, like you have to pick sides, is that going to be somehow shaping your policy moving forward? Because what made Minister Jaishankar quite a celebrity was when he very boldly claimed the Europe's problem is not the world's problems. And now it seems what's happening in Gujarat with all the what's being called as the Diwali diamond distress in terms of people losing a lot of jobs and the sanctions being imposed on the Russian diamonds. How do you see that moving forward in terms of India's new strategy forward when you face with such realities? Thank you.
I'm not sure if there is an India-US angle there or a Quad angle there. But look, when a country like India with a very large economy is part of a global economy, I think there are some implications of global developments that we have to face. There are impacts that we need to face, and some of these issues are subject of diplomatic conversations. And India has aspirations of being integrated with global value chains and global supply chains. So our efforts are oriented towards that direction. Some of these are sectoral issues. I do not have specifics to share with you. But the only thing I would say is that the more global we are, the more we would face the impact of global economic developments. And as an economy which has a lot of young demographics, we are constantly striving to create jobs and to create a lifestyle which most of them are aspiring for. And these are also priorities which are influencing our approach towards Make in India and enhancing our exports and becoming more self-reliant.
Checks? This.
Firstly, I must thank the chair. He happens to be my coursemate.
Yeah, no wonder you're speaking now.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Well, my question is to Dr. Paco Millet. I've been to France and I'm really grateful that you took me even to Monaco and the Riviera and showed some lovely firings. How is it that you're so close to us? I've heard the US, Leon Panetta came here to the IDSA and he declared India as a natural ally. It's nice for Vani to say that, well, we are not allied. All those literature is known to me after I read and write. I want to ask you what I like about France is they never make any statements. They either use the guillotine, which they did during the French Revolution. They have been giving us the best aircraft we have today is the Mirage 2000. It still remains, whatever it may be. You gave us even the Litany pods. How is it that you see India's cooperation without making any statements? This is the transition that nowadays you don't need the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Defense just takes over. It's beautiful on your part. And I would like you to answer how you actually shaped this entire policy between India and France.
Thank you for your question. Can you hear me? I think it's very convenient for both countries, and especially since AUKUS, our strategic interests in the region are strictly aligned, so it's very convenient for France, obviously, to sell military equipment. Let's remember that no European countries bought any Rafale except from Greece and Croatia. Germans, Spanish, Italians, British, they all buy American stuff. So obviously for us French people, for our French industry, India in this dimension is a very good partner. I think regarding India, France is a very convenient partner because obviously right now you don't really want to buy weapons from Russia, right? What they're doing in Ukraine, buying from France is more convenient. If you buy too many American military equipment, then China is going to be angry. So I think France is very convenient as well for, and so this is what I said about the limitation is that right now the relation is too much focused on military equipment. I think there's lots of other dimension to develop, notably in the joint communique, the Franco-Indian campus on the cultural side. India and France, France and India, and also Reunion Island, who can be like some kind of a symbol because there is a very important Indian descent minority in Reunion Island. So I think we should develop more aspect than the military equipment, but for sure for both countries. We call it in France Rafale diplomacy. So yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chaudhary.
Thank you. I won't have a question, but just a comment. I think the comment from my Japanese friend, when Prime Minister Kishida came to India, he made a very important point about connectivity between Bangladesh and Eastern India, and Japan playing a very key role there. So when we talk of the Indo-Pacific, we should not limit ourselves only to the oceans. On the land also, where Japan is getting involved in enhancing the quality of connectivity between Bangladesh and Northeast India. My friend Francis, not just Rafale diplomacy, it's Airbus diplomacy as well, because President Macron visited Bangladesh just following G20, and as G20 was getting off the ground, our Prime Minister had a bilateral visit with Indian Prime Minister Modi, so it was very well sandwiched, one major G20 player, Quad player, Indian Ocean player, India, before the G20, and France just immediately after the G20. So this gave us Bangladesh more relevance. What is happening on the ground over the last few weeks is the Gaza situation. The public sentiment on the Gaza situation is very, very, very anti-West. And it is growing. Even today I got a video clip at today's Friday prayer day. A few hundred thousand people are out on the streets talking about the situation in Gaza. So this is a reality whether one likes it or not, that I think one must keep in mind that public sentiments in countries like Bangladesh can be volatile and needs to be handled with care. Thank you.
Yeah, General Mehta, before I come to you.
Thank you, Prakash. I have a question for Mr. Castro. You mentioned very briefly the code of conduct. And so my question is, because these talks on the code of conduct in the South China Sea with the antagonists that you named, has been going on for years. And we hear sometimes that there is some understanding and sometimes that there is no understanding. And in yesterday, there was some news, you could validate that, whether some negotiations are starting or have started on disputes in the South China Sea. That's for you. But my larger question is to Ms. Vani Rao, because her presentation covered the complete canvas of India-US relations, Quad, and toward the end she said that India and the US are involved not just bilaterally, but also through Quad. And you said they are exchanging strategic assessments and scrutinizing is my word, where we can cooperate and coordinate, what we can do for each other, in other words. And while talking about Quad, you talked about the importance of the choke points, the trade routes, etc., about energy security. So the question is this. In these strategic assessments that have been done, are there any discussions taking place that, God forbid, in the event of something happening in Taiwan Straits or in Taiwan, where India has vital interests? Mr. Vijay Gokhale, who was sitting here next to me, has written copiously about India's interest in Taiwan. So in the event something happens in Taiwan, and God forbid again, if something happens more than a Galwan clash in the Himalayas on the LAC, what are the two countries prepared to do for each other? What will India do in Taiwan and vice versa?
Why don't you answer this first and then we can go back to the...
Thank you, sir. Sir, my comment about exchange of strategic assessments was in context of how we identify the developments in the region, our concerns, and then coordinate our approaches and also deconflict. So among the concerns and issues that we are discussing are a wide variety, including economic issues, infrastructure, and others. Now, I must say that there is no defense element to Quad, and therefore, potential and hypothetical scenarios as those described by you are not the focus area. And what we are discussing with the US bilaterally, with Australia bilaterally, with Japan bilaterally are fully within the ambit of our bilateral defense cooperation with these countries. But broadly, I said this in my comments, the four countries are committed to maintaining peace, stability in the region. We stand for values, including being against unilateral actions to disrupt status quo. So it is a principles a set of principles that we are upholding, and I don't think the kind of issues you mentioned are currently in the agenda.
Okay. Can we take the first question?
Regarding the code of conduct. Let me start with an anecdote. When President Duterte went to Beijing, this was around just before the pandemic, August 2019, he asked President Xi Jinping, and President Xi Jinping promised him, before your term is over, we'll have the code of conduct. Of course, President Duterte is out of office. The code of conduct has not even been here. So what are the two main issues? Number one, let's discuss now, first in terms of the form, and number two, in terms of the substance. Let's look at in terms of the form. China has practically ignored the code of conduct ever since ASEAN and China signed the declaration. So supposedly they'll be conducting. China only started to talk about negotiating about the code of conduct after the Philippines won the July 12, 2016 arbitral ruling, which actually provides the solution. The solution, of course, and the main problem is China's maritime expansion, which is not addressed by the Code of Conduct. The Code of Conduct is silent about what's the reason behind the tension, the dispute. Of course, that's been provided by the arbitral tribunal ruling. It's China's naked maritime expansion. So that's the issue there. In terms, of course, I would call in terms of the form. Second element regarding the form is how the negotiations have been conducted. Every member state would have to come out with a wish list. And you know for a fact that the 10 ASEAN member states, about 5 of them couldn't care less about the South Chinese, Cambodia, Laos, and you expect them to come out with a wish list? So those are the two issues pertaining in terms of the form. Let's go to the substance. Substance is more problematic. Number one is a case of what would be the coverage of the South China Sea. Chinese position, of course, is the fact that we own 90% of the South China Sea. So the Code of Conduct does not apply in areas that China claims is within the 10-dash line. So again, there's an issue there. So for the ASEAN, as much as possible, 100% of the South China Sea, Chinese position, we own 90% of the South China Sea, so it will only cover 10%. So again, the issue. Second issue regarding in terms of the form, ASEAN countries want the Code of Conduct to be binding. China wants it to be voluntary. So what's the point of having a Code of Conduct? Then the third issue there, of course, is China's position. China is using the Code of Conduct to basically have veto on our alliance and security partnership. China wants to include a provision there that any military exercise that ASEAN would have to conduct, we have to report it to China. Definitely, this is a non-starter for the Philippines, for Malaysia, for Singapore, even for Vietnam. That, of course, have active security relation. So those are the three main obstacles. Again, at the end of the day, I think this will be a case of a never-ending charade regarding the Code of Conduct.
Thank you. Okay, so we are out of time. And sorry, Asanga. Sorry, Bipin. Sorry for those people at the back. May I thank the panelists for their contribution and their enlightened views. I hope we have at least triggered your thoughts. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the panelists for this session. May I please invite on the dais Vice Chief of the Army Staff, Lieutenant General M.V. Suchindra Kumar. Sir, please. And as the Honorable Chair said a few times during the session, I think they deserve a double round of applause for all the speakers adhering to the timelines. Thank you. We thank Lieutenant General Prakash Menon, Dr. Renato de Castro, Dr. Satoru Nagao, Dr. Paco Millier, and Ms. Vani Saraju Rao. I request you all to please come together for a group photograph. And this, ladies and gentlemen, was the dialogue on day one at the Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2023. I can safely say the first edition has taken off grandly, and I know all of you will agree. We are scheduled to assemble at 10 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning for day 2 at the Chanakya Defense Dialogue. Please have a pleasant evening ahead. This is your host, Geetika, saying, my job for the day is done, but you have a great evening ahead. We will see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you.